Why did I have to fumble that word of all words? And here it is.
And Peter Billingsley directed Couple Street.
And you even knew it.
It hurts.
So happy 45th to Malin Ackerman.
And Peter Billingsley directed Couple
What
Street.
was enough?
We don't do anything once on this show.
Tell you how you can win that next week. And Nick, you wanted to mention something.
Yeah, a couple things actually. I'm in. That's inhuman.
It doesn't even sound real.
No, it's like edited together.
It sounds like we threw the clip in there.
You know, they used to, people who could beatbox with people with bragging about it, they got nothing on Nick. Nothing on Nick.
One more time. One more time.
From the beginning, all right.
To mention something.
Yeah, a couple things actually. I'm in Lancaster. It sounds like the clip.
Yeah.
You know, and then I just keep talking like normal.
Tell you how you can win that next week. And Nick, you wanted to mention something.
Yeah, a couple things actually. I'm in Lancaster tomorrow. God, I hate myself.
You should not. I am impressed.
Are you?
Listen to this. Listen to this audio. It's astonishing.
I honestly think it's one of the most identifiable things on our show. And you created it.
Tell you how you can win that next week. And Nick, you wanted to mention something.
Yeah, a couple things actually. I'm in Lancaster. The pitch between the first and then the second.
Yeah. It's not even the same.
There's two
Mark
people
edited.
talking at once.
Yeah.
It needs to get like studied or something. Love hate, Kathy. I love hate it.
All right. We got to move on. Come on. One last birthday, and it's Rami Malek. Yes. He did an amazing turn as Freddie Mercury. Which of the Great Lakes does not have a border with Canada? 215-263-WMMR. It is Ron that we will go to. Hey, Ron. Morning.
Hey, good morning, Preston.
All right, Ron. Which Great Lake does not have a border with Canada, please?
I'm in the car with my daughter, Vivi, on the way to school, and she says it's Lake Michigan.
She is correct. Good for her. Kudos to her. You should take her to see Michelle Wolf, which you won tickets for. It's great to be here. Tour Thursday, October 19th, Fillmore, Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now. WMMR.com for complete details. All right, we'll start with this interesting story about Michael J. Fox. He did an interview with Variety recently. It was a profile that was published yesterday. He said he struggled to make ends meet before making it in Hollywood. And he said, I was living on the margins. I was 18 years old with no money, no connections, literally dumpster diving for food.
I remember that. He told the story a while ago. He was really at the end. It was a do or die time.
But he said he went in and dug through the trash to find stuff to eat. Despite his rough start, he never lost hope and that he would be a star. He recalled sitting with the co-stars of his first film, the 1980 teen comedy Midnight Madness.
Yep.
That's where the Leon clips comes from that Casey plays from time to time. You'll hear it here.
Yep.
And thinking to himself, why is this going to work for me and not them? And it's not that I wish them unhappiness or bad luck. I wish them all success in the world, but I knew that I was going to make it. God knows why. So he felt confident at that point.
There's the creative visualization in the trailer for the Schwarzenegger, the Netflix series. He talks about that. I see it, so it's going to happen. That dogged determination.
Tori Spelling's children have suffered a continual spiral of sickness for months, she said. Sickness. Due to a mold infestation.
Yeah, we have a situation with Tori Spelling.
The actress shared the news along with pics of the visit to urgent care on Instagram on Wednesday. She wrote, kids will be kids. But when you have your youngest, 10 and 6, so sick that they are sleeping all day and they say they feel dizzy standing, I knew something bigger was going on. Enter mold inspection.
Wow.
And she added that the house was labeled a health hazard, and she is looking for an Airbnb or Verbo hotel or hotel that we can even till we can grasp what to do, she said. So they have a toxic mold in their house.
I know a family who suffered from this, and same thing. They had little kids, and they could not figure out. The entire family was sick, and the children were very sick, and that's what it ended up being.
I saw a news feature on this, and it's something that, it's exactly that. And it's never like the people notice it the first thing or the first clue that they have a situation is the sickness.
Yeah. And not getting better. The kids just stayed sick. And I'm pretty sure the woman that I know that it happened to, I'm almost positive they had to tear her whole house down.
Yeah,
you have to.
I mean, finding it, has got to be really, really hard, and it can spread all over the place. So yeah, that makes sense.
I wonder if you could adapt a truffle pig to do that.
That's a good question. Yeah. Actor Elliot Page feels joy in his skin after having gender-affirming surgery. The Umbrella Academy actor posted a shirtless selfie on Instagram Wednesday and wrote, dysphoria used to be especially rife in the summer. I think it's supposed to say, isn't it dysmorphia? Where you have
body dysmorphia.
Weird body dysmorphia.
Right.
He says, no layers, just a T-shirt or layers and oh so sweaty, constantly looking down, readjusting my oversized tee. It feels so effing good soaking in the sun now. I never thought I could experience this. The joy I feel in my body. I am so grateful for what gender-affirming care has allowed me, and I look forward to sharing more of my journey soon.
So dysphoria is a different word, just to let you guys know. It's a state of unease, general dissatisfaction. I just looked this up. I didn't know either.
All right, then
and it often is applied to adolescents with depression, dysphoria, mania, and anxiety disorders.
Got it.
What's the status of the Umbrella Academy?
I don't know. I didn't watch that last season. I watched a little bit of it and just kind of fizzled out. So I think they have one more for sure that they're going to do. But that's all that I know.
All right.
Page first showed off the results of his top surgery in May of 2021, but is very happy in his skin now. Tom Holland has more than his successful career to celebrate. Holland revealed that he has been sober for 1 year and 4 months now.
I didn't know this was a situation.
Yeah, the Spider-Man star.
I'm kind of hurt he didn't tell me.
Spoke to Entertainment Weekly in a promotion for his upcoming Apple TV Plus series, The Crowded Room. In that show, he plays an antisocial young man who is arrested for a shooting. He said that the role prompted to check in on his own mental health. He said learning about mental health and the power of it and speaking to psychiatrists about the character, Danny, and Billy's struggles has been something that has been so informative to my own life. He said he's become better at recognizing triggers such as social media. Holland, who is known for his role in action films, said that the role challenged him in a different way. He said, I'm no stranger to the physical aspects of the job, doing the whole action movie thing, but the mental aspect, it really beat me up, and it took me a long time to recover afterwards to sort of get back to reality. And I was seeing myself in him, meaning this character, but in my personal life, he explained, I remember having a bit of a meltdown at home and thinking, like, I'm going to shave my head. I need to shave my head because I need to get rid of this character. And obviously, we were mid-shooting, so I decided not to. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced before. He didn't disclose what substance he was sober from, but in April of 2020, during a virtual appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live, he spoke about taking a break from alcohol. So it may be that.
That's what I'd heard.
I'm not really sure. So
he's just an absolutely likable guy. Seems like a regular guy.
Yeah. He's a really good golfer, too.
Is he?
Yeah, he's like a low handicap. He's, single-digit handicap. He's that's like his outlet to get away from everything. So Mother's Day is Sunday, and according to a survey of 2,000 Americans, Lois Griffin from Family Guy is the nation's favorite celebrity mom.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
So other top moms include Michelle Obama, Serena Williams, and Beyonce. Other fictional moms who made the list include Morticia Adams, Carol Brady, Peggy Bundy, and Sarah Connor.
So Peggy Bundy is the most, I guess they all have their issues, but she seemed the most lax in their commitment to the family, right?
I guess so.
I don't know. Were they all sociopathic in that show, pretty much?
Morticia Adams is kind of funky, but she's very much loves the family.
Who's your favorite of this group?
Of this group?
Yeah.
Probably Morticia.
Yeah, Morticia.
I think so.
I know someone who knows Serena Williams, is friends with her, and their kids are friends, and they say that she's great.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
Does she always have Cheerios in a baggie in her pocketbook?
No, but like her kids come over to their house and like have snacks and.
Oh, there you go.
That's nice. Let's
Snacks.
see. Speaking of motherhood, Jennifer Lopez says that she didn't understand a mother's instinct to protect her kids until she had her own. She told the premiere, she told the Hollywood Reporter at the premiere of her new film, The Mother. I remember when I wasn't a mother, I didn't understand that at all. I remember apologizing to friends of mine at that time who had kids. I was like, why don't you do this and this? And once I had kids, I was like, I am so sorry. I had no idea. So she has a different perspective now. Amber Heard has been spotted signing an autograph for a fan in Spain after reportedly giving up on Hollywood life.
So she signed an autograph.
Yes. Page 6 reports the Justice League actress even stopped to pose for a photo with the admirer in Madrid on Thursday. Last week, the Daily Mail reported that Heard had quit Hollywood and moved to Madrid with her 2-year-old daughter, Una. So, yeah, but she can still sign autographs for crying out loud.
Sure.
Come on.
I wonder if there's just a pause. If she's fully given, if she says she's given up, something tells me it's just a pause.
I agree. It may be a few years.
Yeah.
I mean, Cameron Diaz is kind of coming back to a role,
Right.
I think. So,
a number of years she was away from Hollywood.
Yep. Jeopardy has become one of the first game shows to be impacted by the writers' strike. Mayim Bialik decided against hosting the final week of filming for season 39, standing in solidarity with the striking writers. However, production on the final run of the episodes for the season is going ahead with Ken Jennings taking over the hosting duties. The final episodes of the season will be filmed at the Sony Pictures lot between Tuesday, May 16th and Friday, May 19th.
I haven't been able to watch the Champion episodes. I've been recording them because I have to watch. It's a thing I watch with Claire, and I'm really eager. Have you been watching them, you guys?
I've not. I go in and out of Jeopardy fandom. It's my by far favorite game show, but I just don't watch it anymore.
More so than Price is Right.
Oh, yeah.
And Lingo.
Yeah, I know I liked Lingo, but no, Jeopardy's number one.
And Lingo.
And Bumper Stumpers?
Repeat that again for the court, if you wouldn't mind. You no longer watch Lingo.
That was a good game.
I
Jeopardy.
put it to you.
I move that be stricken from the record.
Is this the Masters one? Is this on primetime, Steve?
Yes.
So it's like 8 o'clock or whatever?
Right. So,
Okay.
and I've been recording them, and I've been, I watch Jeopardy religiously, every evening.
Yeah.
And I roll right into a wheel.
I mean,
and then I have my pudding, and my nurse puts me to bed.
You know what's great is those are all available on demand. I can just go back and watch them anytime.
Which raises the question
I need to do that.
to the courtroom, why are you not watching Lingo?
Masters tournament, Preston.
Gotcha.
You were confused.
So, Deadline reports that
Is that how the Masters tournament begins?
Yeah.
Frankie Muniz and Violet Bean will star in the sci-fi film Renner, set to film this summer.
It's about a robotic Jeremy Renner?
Nope. It follows a computer genius played by the Malcolm in the Middle alum as he looks to date his neighbor with the help of an AI that he develops, only to realize a bit too late that he accidentally programmed his manipulative mother into it.
Son of a bitch.
Paul Walker's daughter will make a cameo in the upcoming Fast X film. Meadow Walker shared the news on Instagram on Thursday, writing, the first Fast was released when I was 1 year old.
That's crazy.
I grew up on set watching my father, Vin, Jordana, Michelle, Ludacris, and more on the monitors. Thanks to my dad, I was born into the Fast family.
Sorry, I didn't realize that this channel was still on.
What the hell is going on? Just trying to get through these stories.
Hey, listen, I didn't do that on purpose.
He wasn't trying to put that in. It was an accident.
I didn't realize that the channel was still turning.
Go ahead, play it.
Don't worry about it.
What is it? Play it.
No, I'm not. I don't want to play it because I want to edit it first, and I just want to,
All right. So it says, she said, I can't believe now I get to be up there too with those who have been around to see me grow up.
So it's a cameo.
Yeah, I believe so. I have no idea if she's, going to take on acting or not. So, Andrew Garfield and Daisy Edgar Jones have signed on to star in Voyagers, a biopic from director Sebastian Lillo.
They were together in Tick, Tick, Boom, right?
Daisy Edgar Jones?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
And
I'm not really sure. But anyhow, it's a real-life love story celebrated astronomer Carl Sagan, an Emmy-winning documentary filmmaker, and Druyan. Yeah.
You know what they were in together was Under the Banner of Heaven.
Oh, that's it. She's great.
She's the wife that has to deal with the tragedy that happens.
Okay. The film is set in
knew they were
1977 as NASA is preparing to launch humanity's first interstellar probes, the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 missions. A team led by Sagan sets out to create a message to accompany them. It's called the Golden Record, a group of images and sounds meant to express the essence of humanity and acts as first contact greeting for any galactic life forms the probes may reach. But
I remember when that was all happening. Yeah, it was very cool.
But what starts out as a race against clock mission becomes an epic, unexpected love story between Sagan and his collaborator, Druyan. So that's what it's going to focus on.
Why don't you come over to my house this evening and we'll watch Lingo together?
Lilo said in a statement, as a 9-year-old boy growing up in Chile's dictatorship, Carl Sagan and Anne Duran's TV series Cosmos had a profound impact on me, igniting my fascination with life's biggest questions. And it's a dream to make a movie about the Golden Record, and within it, the inspiring love story between Carl and Anne. That should be pretty interesting. And Andrew Garfield is fantastic.
He's fantastic. Instead of creating a gold record to send up, why didn't they just send up a gold record from Whitesnake? Or something, yeah. Give a nice indication.
Yeah, I wonder who would have been an artist at that time in 1977 that they could have set up. Maybe Boston or something like that. Yeah. All right. New movies opening this weekend. All right, movies opening this weekend. We're going to start with Book Club, The Next Chapter.
Yeah!
Comedy starring Diane Keaton, Jane Fonda, and Candice Bergen. The highly anticipated sequel follows our 4 best friends as they take their book club to Italy for the fun girls trip they never had. When things go off the rails and secrets are revealed, their relaxing vacation turns into a once-in-a-lifetime cross-country adventure. It's an hour and 47 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. Wide theater release today. Rotten Tomatoes score at 46%.
They're saying the amount of violence in this thing is off the charts.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
Fool's Paradise also opens. It's comedy, and it stars Charlie Day, Ray Liotta, and Kate Beckinsale. A satirical comedy about a down-on-his-luck publicist who discovers a recently released mental health patient who looks just like a misbehaving movie star. The publicist subs him into a film, creating a new star. But fame and fortune are not all they are cracked up to be. It's an hour and 37 minutes long. It's rated R. It's a limited theater release. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a pretty low 27%.
This was the movie for went through, what was the original?
El Tonto.
El Tonto and another title change, and this is the one we've been waiting for. There are a couple good reviews, but I'm sad to see it kind of get slapped around.
I think it was finished in 2019. It's been sitting on the shelf for a long time.
A lot of big names in it, too.
Yeah.
Yes, tons.
I believe we're going to have Charlie on next week to talk about it.
All right, good.
And then finally, the movie Hypnotic opens. It's an action mystery. It stars Ben Affleck, Alice Braga, and J.D. Pardo. Determined to find his missing daughter, Austin, Detective Danny Rourke finds himself spiraling down a rabbit hole investigation in a series of reality-bending crimes where he will ultimately call into question his most basic assumptions about everything and everyone in his world.
Oh, my God.
Aided by Diana Cruz, a gifted psychic, Rourke simultaneously pursues and is pursued by a lethal specter.
A specter.
The one man he believes holds the key to finding the missing girl, only to discover more than Abe ever bargained for.
It's already too complicated.
It's an hour and 32 minutes long. It's rated R. It's a limited theater release. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 41%. So a lot of low scores for the movies opening this weekend.
Go see Guardians.
All right, we're ready for the clips now. Fear the Walking Dead is back for an 8th season of hair-raising moments in an apocalyptic world. In this clip, Alicia Debnam Carey talks about her character. Here we go.
It's been really rewarding. Maybe one of the most rewarding parts of playing this character has been seeing this journey from like a teenager with like, you know, dreams and hopes and then for it just to descend into complete darkness. And I think for her, it's this idea of, well, this is the only way I can protect anyone because everything I did before failed.
Shut up, dummy.
Fear the Walking Dead airs Sundays at 9 p.m. on AMC.
I am Walking Deaded out.
Me too.
Yeah.
Next clip. Charlie Day puts a Charlie Chaplin spin on Hollywood in the new film Fool's Paradise. And in this clip, he discusses working with the late Ray Liotta.
You know, he would pitch me jokes that he wanted to try, and I'd always let him try it. And I'd say about half of them actually made it in the movie. He was just a really driven, committed, serious about his craft guy, and I feel lucky.
Fool's Paradise is in theaters today, as we mentioned earlier. And there you go. It's the last story in the Bizarre, or not the Bizarre File, Entertainment Report. Bizarre File is coming up in a little while. Hey, I do want to remind you at some point during our program today, we are getting ourselves ready for the official opening of the Jersey Shore, Canaan's in North Wildwood, our 18th party I think we've had. Or 18, yeah. What's that?
Well, it's 2 weeks from today.
What?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Oh, my
2 weeks
God.
from today.
2 weeks from today. So at some point this morning, we are going to give you cut-the-line passes for you and 3 guests, and we'll also set you up with your own booth at a reserved booth, a spot to call your own during that insanely packed party. We'll give you a bucket of Coors Light for your table and a case of Coors Light for your beach house. So we'll tell you when to call in and win that at some point during the program.
Here's a little tease. An executioner's outfit arrived in the mail for me yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And that will be incorporated.
That'll be incorporated.
In some way, shape, or
into
form.
my fantasy life.
Incorporating them. So we got a lot going on. We got a lot of guests on the show, a lot of stuff to give away. We hope that you will stay with us because we'll be back in just a moment with more. Hang out, all right?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. WMMR
Twitter
presents.
account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. Is very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times. The studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous.
Yeah.
It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zack, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, that's it. And then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which has touched your life and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass.
All right, great.
And suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go has had legions bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think it's, look, as a stream, when you're streaming it, and this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put it up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side-by-side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover. And I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers. Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about DC. Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right,
let's hope that Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kirstie Clemons, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force, concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton. We see a little bit more of him. And what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, in that version. It was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss. And he's
all right, thank you, Kathy. Since we have a bunch of guests on the show this morning, we're going to have John Voight. We're going to have Jim Jackson talking about Keith Jones being bumped up to president, and Danny Briere, now the GM of the team. Krystyna Hutchinson will stop by. If I don't do this now, I'll never be able to clear out my junk drawer, so I better do that right about now. And we have some stories rifling around in here. Let me dig in and see what I can find. Oh, yeah. Here you go. The World Video Game Hall of Fame has announced its 2023 inductees. All right, so this is the World Video Game Hall of Fame.
Now, I know you like to go out with the family, Kathy, when they have the induction ceremony. Where's it taking place this year, Preston?
I don't know. It's in Buffalo.
Buffalo, which is where your second home, basically.
Yeah, the new Hall of Fame in Buffalo.
That's my second home.
It will open on June 30th, so it's not even open yet.
Honestly, they chose Buffalo.
Yeah, I don't know why.
When you think video games.
So here are the inductees for this year.
All right.
Barbie fashion designer, Computer Space, The Last of Us,
Yes.
and Wii Sports.
Okay.
All right.
So those are they beat out for this year Angry Birds, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, and GoldenEye 007.
GoldenEye is one of the
That's a great game.
essential games.
I agree. But The Last of Us made it in there. See, by the way, the Barbie fashion designer,
I was going to say I never heard of it, but I love it.
it was released for PCs in 1996, so it wasn't a console game.
I think it was like, so I get it now. It's like when a stick enters the Toy Hall of Fame. It's some of the more basic things. Think of it, Kathy, like color forms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it allows players to design clothes for their dolls and print them on fabric. Barbie fashion doll designer became a jumping-off point for the girls' games movement and shook up the software gaming scene, according to the manager of this hall.
So I replayed the last. Did you finish?
No, I've got to. I've been interrupted. I had to give up my video game area.
Yeah,
because the in-laws were in town. They were staying there, so I will get back to that. The iconic Wii Sports brought motion-based technology to mainstream games.
That's what I get to do.
The original Wii Sports is great. I used to play the golf game all the time.
Preston,
so much fun. The bowling was fun.
I contend that the best Wii game ever was that original package.
Yeah.
Because it just exploited the system the best, and it was a lot of fun. I didn't play much more on the Wii.
The Last of Us went on to inspire an HBO series, and Computer Space was the first commercially available video game. And then, Steve, you had sent me a link earlier this week. It was the top 100 video games of all time. This is GQ magazine.
Right. They brought it, and then they distill it down, obviously, to the top 10.
Yeah, 300 gaming experts, including developers, directors, journalists, and streamers. And so they now have the definitive list of the 100 best video games of all time. What is the music that we're playing?
This is Wii Sports.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Now I recognize it. Well, all right, let me ask you right off the bat.
Uh-huh.
Can you name what you believe is the greatest personally, greatest video game of all time?
Yeah, my favorite video game of all time. Well, I mean, it's a toss-up. It's either two of Zelda titles, because the very first Legend of Zelda for Nintendo was a mind blower to me. I mean, it opened up a whole world of these adventure games that I never knew that I would really be into. So that original one, I just loved it. Now, it's very archaic now if you go back and look at it. And I probably wouldn't enjoy playing it as much. The other one would be Twilight Princess.
Twilight Princess is my favorite Zelda game. It's in my top. I'm going to put it in my top 5 games of all time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I loved. You will never feel like a bigger pussy than when you play the game, because you end up crying during that game.
Absolutely.
It's wonderful.
It's emotional.
Yes.
And so what would you put as your all-time favorite?
I have Resident Evil 4.
That's number 1? It's hard to...
It is. Resident Evil 4, I'll tell you my top. Resident Evil 4. The original Halo was a seismic shift for me. I was like, oh, my God. God of War.
Yeah.
And Twilight Princess.
Okay.
And that'll probably change in about 4 seconds.
So in this list, the number 1, the greatest game of all time, they contend is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
Which I never finished. It got a little too complicated for me.
I thought the same.
Yeah, but
I'm stupid. Don't they know that?
My sons loved it. So they finished it, and they thought it was one of the best ever. Number 2, The Last of Us.
Last of Us is great.
It's a great game.
And if you watch the series, they did a pretty good job staying fairly close to the game.
And then, Kathy, this will reel you in because you were a fan of Tetris, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
so
Tetris.
number 3, greatest of all time, Tetris.
Yeah.
What was the longest amount of time you ever sat playing Tetris, Kathy?
Well, no, I wasn't like that. I wasn't one that would play for hours and hours. I would play, but then I would get annoyed and turn it off and walk away.
I would get such horrific pins and needles. There would be times where I was on the toilet and I would have the Game Boy and I'd forgotten that I'd stopped going to the bathroom and just stayed there playing it.
Yeah, Steve, I was going to ask if you had a Game Boy, and then there was a color version of it, and I forget where I played that, but I played that a lot.
Color version of what?
Of Tetris. Like the version that we have up on the screen here, this sort of, I wouldn't even call it black and white. It's like green and yellow.
Oh, yeah. I only played the color one. I didn't know what this one was.
This is it has to be the Game Boy version. This is what
I think so, yeah.
Definitely. Then number 4 on this list is Bloodborne.
Oh, okay, yes.
Didn't play that. Wow. Number 5, The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt.
I played the first Witcher and enjoyed it, but this after a while you only have you should also live and pay your bills.
The third one is it's number 5 on their list of all time greatest. Number 6 is Mass Effect 2.
Okay.
7 is Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gears. Did you ever play any of the Metal Gears?
No.
Yeah.
Are there any sports games on here?
No. There are not in the top 10. Number 8 is Portal 2. That's a
Portal's
trippy
fun.
game, man. It takes a while to figure out how that works.
I've seen so many people freak the hell out because they can't get it. But once you get it, and once you can use the portals to your advantage, it's amazing.
Number 9 is Dark Souls. That came out in 2011. Don't know that. And number 10 is Half-Life 2.
This list sucks. If you don't have Super Mario Brothers, the original, in the top 10, then it's
invalid.
There's a case for what you're saying. Yeah,
I totally agree with like Tetris being in there. But Super Mario Brothers was like
a foundational game.
No doubt.
The game that I played the most was NHL 94. I just played it all the time.
Yeah.
And it was just, for me, it reinforced my love of hockey. And I'm just surprised that there are 0 sports games on this entire list.
I got to tell you, so Resident Evil 4, Connor was just scrolling, was at number 11, Preston. Have you ever played that?
What game was it?
Resident Evil 4.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Absolutely. Rochelle and I would stay up all night.
Oh, my God.
We played it before we had kids.
Yeah.
And she was kind of like the navigator. I was the pilot, and she would go open up that door over there. Go in there, It was great.
It was the first to change the dynamics of the game where you weren't in a sort of an over aerial shot. You were over the shoulder.
Yep.
And it added a shooter element to it that was fantastic.
I remember playing, and then looking up at the window and going, oh my God, the sun is coming up.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
And envying alcoholics.
Yeah. Oh, I was drunk at the time.
And like no Guitar Hero or Rock Band on the list? Because those are kind of...
Well,
not in the top 10.
Yeah, not in the top 10. It may be further on.
Yeah, Madden, Casey. I
only have the top 10, so... Take that for what it's worth. And all right, let me go through some other junk drawer stuff here. Let me dig in. All right, so this is a study from UC Davis. They found that people speak to Alexa and Siri with their baby voice.
Do you?
It says people will speak,
no.
and it's not quite what you think. It's not.
Okay.
They speak louder and in a flatter, slower voice when they're speaking to these devices, so that it hears you clearly.
Yeah, because it's so
as
annoying.
if you were speaking to a little child.
Have you ever done?
So annoying when she doesn't get it right, and then you get annoyed.
Yeah. I have a good relationship with mine. My wife can sometimes be frustrated because she has her Long Island dialect. But what happens, Preston, I didn't realize this until a couple months ago, I happened to just address Alexa in a softer voice, and it went, it's 5 o'clock. Back to you.
Seriously?
Yeah. So it sort of meters if you're speaking softly, and you don't want to wake up everyone, and you ask what time it is, it will whisper back to you.
Wow.
Oh,
You know who
that.
really has a hard time with Alexa is Nell.
Nell.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I thought you were going to say Jackie Bam Bam. I thought you were
Jackie,
legit.
yeah.
That's funny.
I almost feel like, too, that she knows who's talking to her. Because if I fumble through words, it's over. Like, she doesn't answer. But, like, when Jason's like, hey, Alexa, well, what about, and then she answers. And I'm like, how did she get that out of your sentence?
Do you ever have a Kathy run the diagnostics where it'll say, because we have multiple units around the house, and say, did I answer from the unit
yes.
A? And then it'll say, are you... Steven?
So-and-so, yeah. That just happened to me for the first time the other day. And I didn't know that it even did that, but it was cool.
I have heard you're an inadequate lover.
Rochelle kind of half whispers to Siri. Right. Drives me crazy. Because sometimes it won't pick up. And I'm like, just speak in a normal voice.
Look for the light, right?
But it's like, hey, Siri, set a timer for 2 minutes. And I'm like, But you get really, really close
Why
to
don't
it.
you speak the F up?
Yeah. And I'm like, just use your normal voice. Just speak out loud.
Yeah, try the whisper thing later on when you get home.
Dude, I don't use Siri. I don't use Alexa. Like
I use them all the time.
Yeah.
I don't even have them in the house.
Yeah.
I'm a little afraid.
Well, Siri's on your phone.
You're scared?
I'm a little less scared.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess maybe
Scared.
occasionally
Scared.
I will use the Siri case, but at the home, the Alexa, none of that stuff. Get it out.
Oh.
Get it out!
I don't want it listening.
Skynet.
I don't care.
I know.
I mean, no, I don't. Not that I don't care about you.
No,
I mean,
I know.
personally, I don't care that anything's listening, but I use the Siri feature regularly, daily, specifically for reminders, alarms, things like that.
And a friend.
And a friend.
Yeah.
No, but and also dumb questions. You know, if somebody asks, well, I wonder, how much yak dung is on the Serengeti, and they'll say, hey Siri, tell me. But
I kind of feel like I missed the boat on it, and I think you were supposed to get on that boat 5 or 6 years ago, and now because I've missed it, I don't want to get on. If that makes any sense, like I'm not into it, and now because I'm beyond it, like I'm just like, nah, I missed it. I'm cool.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Separate from the digital assistants, I have been embracing voice to text more often.
Are you?
And so, but last night I was sending a text to my friend Jim, and I started the message, and then Caroline came in and started talking to me, and I thought I stopped it, but I kept on going, and then I looked down, I'm like, damn it, and I push what I thought was the end. The little
thing.
microphone, and I sent it to him.
Preston, I'll go with you to see Duran Duran.
Yeah. So, you know what? Let me see if I can. Here, I have it right here. And I wrote, this is the message that I sent to him. It said, you're right. Oh, yeah. With you, he has his coat in backyard is kind of N.
Did he reply?
And then I wrote, yo, dude, disregard that last message. I was talking to Caroline when I had voice to text on.
Oh, my God.
But you need to be careful.
My good friend, she voice to text everything. Like, I don't think she actually ever texts, and I will get those messages. And like one time I got like what dinner was. She was asking her husband what he wanted for dinner. Like, and she'll text back and she's like, oh, sorry, voice to text. I'm like, yeah, I know at this point.
Well, we talked about the return, or at least the rise in popularity now of the recorded text, the voice text. And also I saw a story on how good old voicemails are coming back.
Really?
Like messages. You leave it, and that's coming back,
Okay. So they say that this research team found that if a device sounds less mechanical and more like a person, then people have an easier time understanding the AI technology. But they find that people will speak louder and in a flatter, slower voice when they're speaking to these devices. Clear speech, like the speech of a news broadcaster.
Good morning, Alexa.
Was best understood by humans. So it's interesting that we will change our speech pattern when we talk to those devices. All right, let me see what else we got here. According to Penn Live, a brand new study has deemed that Philadelphia has the second most vulgar fan bases in the entire nation.
Knew it.
Sure.
Very happy.
Odds Seeker was the one who published this study leveraging text analysis. So this is not verbal. This is written vulgarity.
Oh, okay.
All right. So analysis of each MLB, NBA, NFL, and NHL team's Reddit comments to see which had the most choice language. And the data was pulled between March of 2022 and 2023.
I'm going to have to imagine that when you're dealing with sports fans, A, and B on Reddit, that there's probably not a wide degree of difference between all of the competitors in this.
It was the City of Brotherly Love that scored the number 2 spot on the final list, with the Phillies fans being the worst of the bunch.
Huh.
Surprising, right?
Yes.
A little bit,
What about the
Wouldn't you
Eagles?
think the Eagles?
I would.
Yeah.
Odds Seeker found that Phillies fans average about 48.73 vulgar words per 100 subreddit subscribers, with their profanity of choice. It doesn't say what it is. It says you'd have to look at the study for that. So I'm assuming it's the F-bomb. New York is number 1.
Okay.
And the Mets supporters deemed to be the most vulgar of any of the Empire State's franchises.
That tracks.
They average a whopping 74.9 swear words per 100 subreddit
I think we can beat
subscribers.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we can beat that.
You're taking it as a challenge?
I think so. It's odd that it'd be the Phils, but yeah, we would have anticipated the Eagles. But I wonder. So, did they have the list of the other who's around us?
The top 5. So, third was St. Paul, Minneapolis.
What? Seriously?
Yeah. Fourth was Los Angeles, and fifth is Miami.
Huh.
That's kind of wild.
Casey, you said you had a pretty bad experience in San Francisco one time.
And that's why I find it funny because Kyle Shanahan was talking about Philadelphia and how his wife had a terrible time here. I was like, please, the San Francisco fans are they're disgusting. they're gross.
Yeah.
And they're a bunch of whiny little babies. But I was like actually assaulted, and I watched somebody else get assaulted. Like, you know what I mean?
You were assaulted? Somebody hit you?
Yeah, somebody shoved me from behind and then ran off like a little pussy.
And this was Eagles 49ers?
Eagles 49ers.
Because it's really bad between when there's Dodgers Giants games, and specifically in Dodger Stadium, and Giants fans will come, and it gets brutal. It gets really angry, and people are throwing stuff. And San Francisco fans are not nice.
Casey, what did you mean by gross?
I
mean, like they're physically dirty, or
yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say mean things about them because they were talking crap about us. So.
I gotcha. All right, all good. All right, let me see what else I got here.
Okay,
junk drawer time.
We got to wrap this up soon.
Okay. Yep. I want to stay ahead of time. You're right. All right, so we'll do one more, and then we will end with. Let me see. I got to make sure that it counts. How about this? More and more teenagers are not motivated to get their driver's license, and a recent study found that 73% of California parents reported their teens felt driving anxiety.
Yeah.
And 54% said the anxiety was intense enough to be called a phobia. Essentially, they're scared to drive.
So,
my son's 16, and he cannot wait to get his driver's license.
That's the way it was when I was a kid. Everyone was champing at the bit.
Yeah.
But on the other side, Caroline just turned 16 and is not, although I did get feedback yesterday that she's interested in getting the permit, but it hasn't been like a priority.
This
at
has
all.
happened exponentially, though. You had a similar report about a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's gotten even worse since then.
Yeah.
To me, the bike, the car, freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could get out.
Absolutely.
That first bicycle that you had where you could, cover distance, real distance, not like a little, with training wheels, that was liberation. And then when you got your car, holy God.
Yeah, Steve Ben has his permit, and he's at that, like within a week or two, he's eligible to get his license. Because I think you have to have a permit for 6 months or whatever.
Is that it? Yeah.
And then you can go for the driver's license test. So we scheduled it. Although there was a long waiting period, when we scheduled it to when actual availability to go to get the driver's license.
I remember years ago, this is on a little off the rails here on this, but I had gone in, and when I got into PA, I was going to renew my license, and I forget exactly how it happened. I'm going, God, this is elaborate, and I'm like, why is this taking so long? And I realized I was applying for like a Class C.
Oh my God!
Like a big rig license. And I'm like,
trucker.
what in the F?
My cousin is currently doing that.
Really?
Yeah. He said it's so scary.
What the
truck driving?
Like the
no
big
kidding.
giant tractor trailers.
I'm sure, man. Yeah. But I could see this. I wasn't intimidated by although I do remember highway driving to me was scary at that age when I first learned. I was really terrified to going onto the interstate.
Yeah.
Because it was bigger and faster, all those lanes and merging in and out of traffic and stuff. And eventually when I did, I'm like, oh, this ain't so bad.
There's a scene in Clueless. You remember that scene where they she accidentally gets up on the highway?
Yeah. I always hated getting on 76 as a young driver, and I would have to get on 76 to get to college. And I probably didn't feel comfortable on that stretch between 476 and King of Prussia. I didn't feel comfortable on that stretch of road probably until my 20s.
Wow.
It's my least favorite highway in the area to drive on.
76?
Yes.
It sucks.
It's
big old suckaroony.
Usually in bad condition, 2 lanes, a lot of it, and it's just I just don't care for it, and I have to drive it every single day. However, I don't drive the PA Turnpike that often, but that doesn't look like a whole lot of fun when I'm driving by and seeing the absolute jam traffic that's always on that.
So when I'm hitting it, it's usually pretty good.
Yeah.
Thank God for that. So what's replaced me now because of where I am geographically replace 76 is 309, which is a walk in the park compared to 76.
I just couldn't believe when I was driving across the country, when I would go through some of these cities, the road system, and these are smaller cities than Philadelphia, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going through like Indianapolis, and they have like 1,000 different highways to choose from all around the area. St. Louis is the same way. I mean, I was driving, Preston, through St. Louis at rush hour. Like, I was there in the morning, and I sat in zero traffic.
Yeah. But you know what? The people that live there will tell you that the traffic is horrible.
Oh, yeah.
Horrible.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyhow, that's all we have time for in the junk drawer. Sorry, we got to clean it out. And someday I want my jingle, Kyle, for the junk drawer if you can. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we have not only the Bizarre File and the final concert cash for the 8 o'clock hour, but actor John Voight's going to be joining us,
How about
too.
that?
So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Amazing. And I think, brings this amazing gravitas. And I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain. And I've said this countless times on the show. A mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher, because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
Yeah, yes.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, Ray's a buddy, and I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about honoring the character as best I could. And anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, that's for me the ultimate, the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it. And I saw that video of him where he was just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today, because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So like if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
they're gonna do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl, and that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic, because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. Was Hans Zimmer did that? Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp, and that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then and then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing? And he was like, absolutely. And we worked together. He did, he did Fury Road and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks. And it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release
movie
on that?
Shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts, because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things like that. To me, were like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better. Because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really, and I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today? Yeah,
there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos, with the Hellenic League, because it was the I think it's the 2000. No, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries, but it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Or?
Yeah, we're going to have
yeah.
Leonidas is coming. So that's kind of weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past, but you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories before it's too late.
Go, Preston, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And, I'm doing a couple of watch. Well, I don't even like you. I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it, but I've got it. It's kind of on the. I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script, called Horse Latitudes, and it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys, and it's like a real sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's like
just want to go
a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
Cool. What does this mean, just quickly? You've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max? Do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily. I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie.
Yeah.
With the when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be 2 more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st. And I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
Yeah, they like to advertise. Yeah.
You trust me. And the trailer,
I saw it.
coming really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April. And the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say the A word because I know I'm
You can say ass.
Yeah, and I would say ass kicker.
Well, then it is a ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my God!
So there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's super Seamus.
Yeah. Oh my God. My son's name is Ben. If you want to toss that in.
No.
Leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah, right.
Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bringing awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's awesome.
If you'd like to
Thanks,
donate, you
guys.
can.
Thanks
Our
for
pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding.
Awesome.
Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
Huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as are you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with the story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time,
Larry,
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, "Well, we're going to name it Larry then." And he's like, "F you." And I said, "Look, it's either going to be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it." And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo, this is interesting too.
Which is the K?
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
Gosh.
And got a little jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
Look at these people spend millions of dollars on Highfalutin graphic artist.
93.3 WMMR.
Sad bro, and we will do the bizarre file now before we get to the concert cash. So let's go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Mulchworks of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch from topsoil that's manufactured on site, and they also have leaf compost, decorative stone, pavers, and more. Delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. You can visit mulchthis.com. All right, I'm going to start with a couple of follow-up stories for you guys.
All right.
2 men who pleaded guilty of cheating in a Lake Erie fishing tournament were sentenced Thursday to 10 days in jail and 1.5 years probation.
I remember this story.
Yeah.
Jacob Runyon and Chase Kaminsky entered guilty pleas in March to felony charges of cheating and a misdemeanor count of illegal animal ownership after they were found to have used weights to make their catches appear heavier at the Lake Erie Walleye Trail Tournament last September.
That trout weighs 800 pounds.
Felony charges of attempted grand theft and possessing criminal tools were dropped. Runyon called it, quote, the most ignorant decision I've ever made in my life.
Yeah.
He told this his apology.
I bet there are a few contenders.
His apology was to everybody. The judge ordered both men to pay a $2,500 fine, which could be reduced if they make a donation to a charitable organization focused on fishing and children.
It's my understanding that cheating goes on a fair amount in these things.
In addition, the men had their fishing licenses suspended for a maximum of 3 years.
Wow.
And had to forfeit the boat they used in the tournament, which was valued at $130,000. So, yeah, they're not messing around. All right, this other follow-up is a little more gruesome. Autopsies on corpses found in mass graves linked to a Kenyan cult. Oh. Remember, I talked about this.
Yes.
They were telling them to not eat, to starve themselves, to get to heaven. It's revealed missing organs and has raised suspicions of forced harvesting, an investigator said.
An organ harvesting scam.
Another 21 bodies were found. A total of 133 people have so far been confirmed dead in the so-called Kakalola. Kakalola.
It's right near Kakalola.
Forced massacre since the discovery of mass graves last month shocked the deeply religious Christian majority country. Police believe that most of the bodies found near the Malindi on Kenyan's Indian coast were followers of self-styled pastor Paul Mthenji Mackenzie, who is accused of ordering them to starve to death to meet Jesus.
Brutal.
While starvation appears to be the main cause of death, some of the victims, including children, were strangled, beaten, or suffocated, according to the chief government pathologist. Investigators said Tuesday they believe more bodies are going to be found in coming days. Some of the corpses had their organs removed, and police alleged the suspects were engaged in forced harvesting of body parts.
That's horrific.
The chief inspector said it's believed that the trade on human body organs has been well coordinated, involving several players, giving no details about the suspected trafficking. Munin said that's the director. The inspector said Ezekiel Odero, a high-profile televangelist who was arrested last month in connection with the same case and granted bail on Tuesday, had received a huge cash transaction, or several of them, allegedly from Mackenzie's followers who sold their property at the cult leader's bidding. Wow.
Somehow wanting money for a Learjet doesn't seem so bad now.
Exactly, right? All right, and then we'll go with one more story. We got to keep this kind of short. I apologize, but we need to get to the concert cash. The Harrisburg police station was evacuated for about 3 hours on Tuesday after a man brought a package inside containing 3 pipe bombs. Investigators are talking to the man who brought the explosives into the public safety building. The man said that he had found the package on the street The police commissioner, Thomas Carter, said, "We're just lucky this time that nothing really happened." Carter said the city is fortunate that no one was hurt. Streets were blocked off as officers secured the area around the public safety building to keep people away.
One of those street pipe bombs.
Carter said the state police came to the scene and used a bomb robot to retrieve the explosives. They were stuffed,
I'm not going anywhere near that.
they were stuffed with equipment inside that could have caused serious injury, Carter said. State police removed the bombs and took them away to be safely detonated. Tuesday night's Harrisburg City Council meeting was canceled, but the guy just came walking in with a bag of bombs.
Hey, look what I found!
That he found on the street, and they're like, you probably could have just called us, and
that
would have
so
worked
stupid
too. So, all right, it is a little after 8. Let's do it.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, the word that you need is reveal, Reveal, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, either on the contest page, WMMR.com, via the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911, and one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale for that now. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And for MMRBQ details, just text the word finally to 39333 and we'll send you a link to the information. It's sponsored by Meineke. Let me give you that word one more time. It is reveal, Reveal. So send that over right now. So, John Voight, we were aiming for 8 o'clock, and that's why I wanted to squeeze in the bizarre file and the concert
And they
cash.
needed us to stay on time, so we were on time, and they're not on time.
You can make the call on this if you think we move along.
It was supposed to be a phone call, right?
And brush it under the rug like it never happened?
We'll do another 2 minutes. Give him to officially
He's a legendary actor.
5 minutes after
We always
the
give
hour.
legendary actors 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I always find it funny. I mean, years ago, before I started working with you guys, I worked in television, and everything in television was to the second.
Yes.
And there was no one was late. You couldn't be late. Like I remember thinking I was going to lose my job if I didn't get. I used to have to take tapes, and if I didn't get the tape into the person's hand at the exact moment. So when I started working with you guys and things, and it was like, well, he said 8. It's 8:04. I don't. Is he calling me? I was like, I don't understand. What's happening?
Yeah. No, it's completely different.
You rarely do see a news person have to riff for a little while and kill some time.
Yeah,
It's just,
and when you do,
son got a puppy. Back to that ride in a minute.
Yeah. Breaking news.
Stop it.
Oh, no. Marissa saw her go on the hotline.
My son got a puppy.
Tell us more about that puppy.
Marissa?
Yeah, in 3 weeks I got married and had a son. No, no word from him yet.
Okay.
But I do have some other breaking news.
Do we need official?
Breaking news.
it better be good because you already got the intro.
It's disappointing. Taylor Swift did not have dinner at Autograph last night. Somebody started a rumor, and hundreds of people showed up at the restaurant and stood outside.
Oh, my
and
God.
she was
I'm
not
looking
there.
at you, Jamie Blackburn.
Oh my God.
Steve, she's the one who just confirmed to me. She sent me all these photos of crowds outside the restaurant waiting, and it was just a rumor.
Oh, my God.
Wait.
Why didn't we think of that?
That's great.
We should have done it.
We should have said all morning long we were going to have Taylor Swift come
On
by
the
today.
show.
There've been crowds of people out front.
Absolutely.
What?
No, well, that's who we're waiting to call right
Yes,
now.
Taylor should be here.
Yeah.
We're going to give her 2 more minutes.
If she doesn't show up, that's it.
Wait, when did they change the name of that village to the Eagle Shops from, remember it used to be the Spread Eagle Village?
Oh, yeah.
My whole life it was Spread Eagle, and I believe, Marissa, that they just got a little too much guff for that. And so, now it's the Eagle Shops.
Did
or
the
whatever.
Spread Eagle Village used to have dicks and...
No.
Okay.
It was
that
fancy.
was
That
in
was the
intercourse.
Well, Metroplex, remember, used to have giant dicks.
Giant dicks.
That's right.
And there was another...
Siemens.
And Siemens, yes.
Giant dicks, Siemens.
That was...
Man, there's so many store names that are problematic.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think I think we're going to have to
That's
move
all
on.
right,
Sorry,
guys.
Taylor.
You know what today is, right?
What?
Oh, yeah.
You're right.
No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No
is true. So zero sadness had. We move along, and we will come back in just a moment or two. Don't forget, at some point this morning, we're going to have a chance to win Cut the Line passes to Keenan's and the live broadcast, official open to the Jersey Shore, Eggs with Peg, the Coors Light Party, our 25th anniversary.
Yes.
And it's 2 weeks from today.
Legendary.
I'll tell you when to call in because you get a booth and you get beer and all kinds of cool stuff. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Don't drunk text your ex. Text them and Mars.
He credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There's one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets her cookies.
orgasm,
The cookies.
Gets the cookies.
Yeah.
Before going for the main course, and then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, "I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex."
Yeah.
And so we're like, "Oh, okay." And then all of a sudden, you hear Casey go, "I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on, and Seamus is sitting next to me."
Well, I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
but
how-
even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, like just all the words.
All the words.
Yeah.
Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling. Right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
well,
I mean, like, and honestly, of all people, like, and this is not the first. This is the second time that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't remember the first time.
The first time I called in like a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, like I said the F word or something like that, but like I was like joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was like silence, and Casey was like, "Did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids?" And I was like, nope, I sure didn't.
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the O and women not getting to that. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah,
And their
well, if
internet.
not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, "Hi, you're on speaker. So and so is in the car with me." Like that's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I couldn't bust in and go, "Hey, by the way, I'm a speaker." I just
normally it's okay. Like the majority of our calls
It's pretty benign.
it doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy's all horned up.
Well, Casey a couple of weeks ago suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was like Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because I am my phone is always on speaker, like when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and you know, we're either cooking, cleaning, like whatever it is, and Jace is always there. And when I feel like or like sometimes there'll be like a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating,
right?
So we always will go, are you on speaker? Are you alone? Or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, you know, and also my kids are older now, so it's like, you know, but when they were children, it was like, hey guys, by the way, you know, I got the kids in the car.
Well, it's for me, it's like my you know, a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah.
I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Anybody see the? Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, all right, that's fine. Like he knows you don't want to be the person. I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, you know, like, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
you want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, you know, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between, you know, condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't, like, my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
At
you know,
the
my
dirty
wife,
parts?
Probably. I don't know what he's, you know, but my wife's like, you know, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, you know, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict it because, you know, and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and you know, and we were fine, but yeah, a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Yeah.
Right. It's free reign now. I mean, you know, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So
Yeah.
whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on the table.
Is on the table, except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. You know, when they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids.
Yeah.
And he says it in front of my kids, and I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, you know? Like,
Wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my children.
Like what?
All right, so for instance, we were playing...
Using your mouth on a donkey?
No. Is it Scattergories? Yeah. We were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, you know, boobs. And I was like, you know, and like...
You were like, we don't say that.
That's 2 points, man.
You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my 6th grader is there. My 6th grade daughter is there as well. So
That's not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and you know that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his 6th grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, you know, like. Do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a.
Oh God, stop it!
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are crossing
Yeah, no, I don't want to.
Territories.
Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down. I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that, and that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise there's going to be
just let loose.
But literally, I would be the last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're going to do some giveaways with Steakum in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg's tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what? It was really good.
Really
I need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great.
I
That's
say
all
it
there is
does.
to it.
If you
And
put
less
it in
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes, your chef's hat
on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just chef's hat?
You got me. Because there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
I stand corrected.
No, I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
No, it's called cheesesteak.
I think you bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about sandwich bread, just regular sandwich bread?
Yeah, I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but at white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. The steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, I'm thinking
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the very concept of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think
Do me
it's
a
no
favor.
longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let me ask you. You have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? Still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
It's got cheesesteak ingredients.
Cheesesteak.
No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak egg roll.
Call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
Thank you, Kathy. So some big decisions were made in the front offices of the Flyers. The word came down yesterday that Keith Jones is now the president of hockey operations. And Danny Briere is now, well, I guess we'll have to call him Daniel now.
Yes.
Is the GM. He went from interim GM to the general manager of the team.
Pretty cool.
And it's great, but somebody's losing a buddy in the broadcast booth. And we've got him on the line. Let's welcome our friend Jim Jackson this morning. Hey, JJ, good morning. JJ, are you there?
Yeah, I got to turn it on.
You don't hear me?
Yeah, now I got you. Broadcast 101 says turn the channel on when you actually bring someone up. So that was my fault. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Excellent. We're doing okay. So we saw the news yesterday. I think it's pretty cool because, we know both of those guys and they're the head honchos in the front office, but I didn't think about the fact that you're losing your broadcast partner. You guys have been together for how many years?
17.
Oh, jeez.
And it's absolutely, it won't hit me probably until get into the booth next year.
Yeah.
Because I'm really excited for Jonesy. This is not something that he had certainly wished for. We've had so many conversations about the Flyers and about hockey, and none of it was ever a consideration that he was going to be, president of hockey operations for the team. In fact, he had always talked about how management. I don't need the headaches or whatever, but he had always put a caveat on that as unless it was the Flyers, because he really does have a love for this organization. They treated him extremely well late in his playing career and then into his post-playing career, and he always remembers that, and appreciates that. So he really wants to get this team back to where they've been, and he has some definite ideas on how to do that. So I'm really excited for him. Right now it's that excitement, but when I step into the booth next year, I'm sure I'm going to have a great new broadcast partner. So I'm not saying this to put any pressure on that person, but it's going to be different.
Yeah, sure.
One of a kind. He's so funny. I could have one of my worst days going. I walk into that booth and he'll give me one of his awful puns and I'll be laughing. So,
hey, Jim, if you wouldn't mind, in a nutshell, if you could describe the difference between the responsibilities of a president and a GM in the NHL.
Well, it really depends on the organization, but the way the Flyers have broken this down, Danny's going to handle the hands-on trades and all the player personnel. I think Jonesy will be there, and we'll find out more in the press conference later today, but I think Jonesy will be there more adversarial for that, just to try to help Danny. And Jonesy has so much knowledge of the entire league, and he's watched how organizations run, so he'll be a great sounding board for Danny. And I think Jonesy's also going to be a bridge over to the business side. They want to get the message out to the fans properly, and he knows this fan base so well, not only from his time as a player, but also his time in radio here and his time broadcasting to the fans as well. So I think he'll be kind of all-purpose in that way, not just player ops, although mostly, but also bridging over to the business side.
Okay, but as far as money goes, it stops at Danny. Like, he makes the call on what they're going to spend their money on.
Well, no, that call comes from. Well, I mean, in this era, it's the salary cap era anyhow. So it's your capologist, and you only have so much money to spend. Right. So how you delegate that money, that'll be, I'm sure, a joint decision.
Okay.
But I think ultimately, this is the way it was been broken down to me. And again, we'll find out more when they have the press conference today. But from what I've heard from Jonesy and seen from the press releases, it would seem as though it'll be Danny's decision, but obviously there will be a lot of collaboration with John Tortorella, the coach, obviously Jonesy, and people above them as well, because when money's involved, people above always have their say too.
Sure.
Yeah. Selfishly, I'm really going to miss having him in the booth with you, JJ. I would tune into the games last year simply to watch you guys, to listen to you guys. And it was not a great season. That's obvious. But your commentary and the jokes and the banter really made it still entertaining for me. So I'm going to miss that. But I'm also cautiously optimistic about this because, and Steve and I were talking about this before the show yesterday, Jonesy was up there with you, obviously, watching all of these games and watching the players and watching plays develop and seeing what went right, what went wrong. And so to have that perspective from a broadcast perspective, to me, is a really interesting transition to then the front office. What's your thoughts on that?
First of all, thanks for those comments, because, Nick, that's the ultimate test of broadcast is not the great games. It's the games that aren't so great. If you're able to keep them entertaining, then that's the ultimate compliment. So I appreciate that, and I'm sure Jonesy would too. As for Jonesy, it's amazing because when we're doing games, we'll make comments on the air, but mostly off the air in terms of talking about the players and this and that. And so I know Jonesy's thoughts on a lot of players. And the one thing I've learned in 17 years with him, he's unbelievably astute at judging talent and also judging, and this might be even more important to his role here, judging where a player would fit in the locker room, within the team, how he will help build the team, how he might not help build the team. He might actually hurt the team. So I see in that area, he's really astute. I know Jonesy's so funny that a lot of us, and he likes to be self-deprecating in a lot of his humor, but don't be fooled by that. He's dumb like a fox. He's an extremely shrewd guy when it comes to player evaluation and team building and all that. So I think he'll be a tremendous asset for Danny in that regard. And not that Danny needs any help. He's been part of a ton of teams and has some great opinions on that as well. But the two of them together and with Torts, who obviously will have his opinions, I mean, it's going to be really, as I said, a collaborative effort. And you've got some great hockey minds there. So I think it's going to be really, really good.
So does this represent a quantum leap forward in the possibility of a JJ statue somewhere around the arena?
That would not happen, although he would make some joke about the birds doing their duty on my
No, it's interesting that you talk about that. And as Nick and I were talking about this and everything going down, is that a lot of times there's just this perception that the people who are in charge are, as you were just saying, one or two levels removed from the actual fan and what matters and what they need to see and how they keep engaged. And he has been nothing but, saturated with this on the broadcast side and what you hear all the time, and you're out and about, and, you get it as well. And so that's an asset that that's hard to come by unless you put in the time doing what you guys do.
That is a really good point, and I think that's going to be a really big part of his job is the fans and how to get the messaging out correctly. I do think over the last 4 or 5 years, part of the problem has been kind of mixed messaging that goes out. Chuck Fletcher might say, we're going to have an aggressive retool, and then they don't make a move for Gaudreau, so the fans were all confused and all that. I think you're going to see that cleaned up a lot because Jonesy does have that knowledge of his fan base from a couple of different perspectives. One is a player for a very competitive team. Now, he wasn't here very long as a player, but he was on a team that made a great run in 2000. And then, obviously, moving over into his broadcast career in radio, as well as, obviously, broadcasting on television. He's been in and around these fans. He's lived in the area for a long time. So he knows what makes this fan base tick. And it is, although I think a lot of the Northeastern fan bases, New York, Boston, and all are similar. I still think there's something a little bit special, different about this market. I love it, the passion, and you have to, I think, be here a while to understand it. And he has a complete understanding of that, and I think that will be part of his duties in terms of how the team is messaging to the fans. So that's a really good point.
It's good to see good things happen to good people. So we're happy to see both of these guys officially be named. Before we wrap up here, Jim, you still doing your broadcast classes for people who want to get into sportscasting?
Yeah, getting back into it heavy duty. As we got back into traveling full bore after the pandemic, kind of the second half of last season into this season, I found it was hard to do a lot of it during the season because you're on the go a lot. But I snuck a little bit in during the season. But now I have the next 3 or 4 months pretty much completely off outside of some vacations, and looking forward to it. Very rewarding, and it's every time I meet a new student and just get to know their story, and then we get involved in trying to help them. It's just it's very rewarding. And now I'm to the point where I've been doing it long enough where I'm starting to see some of them get jobs or even move from current jobs into better jobs. So it's a lot of fun. JimJacksonBroadcasting.com. Just go there if you want the information, and would be glad to work with you.
Dude, learn directly from one of the best. Yeah. It's awesome. Yeah. I love that. JimJacksonBroadcasting.com. All right, my man. It is good to talk to you. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon, okay?
Sounds great. Have a great summer, guys.
All right. Jim Jackson. JJ. Man, if I was into sportscasting, if that was the thing I wanted to do, I would sign up immediately with him.
Look at your teacher has connections like you can't believe. A lot of times you go and learn from some guy, some bum.
Yeah. It stinks.
It stinks.
Yeah.
He's doing it.
So, yep.
That's right, it stinks.
JimJacksonBroadcasting.com.
You're better than that.
Know that. All right. So we have a little bit of time to play with. I do know that Krystyna Hutchinson is going to be joining us in a little while. It's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend.
I think, is there an album recording attached to that, by the way? Is she recording an album?
I don't know.
I think she might be. All right, we'll find out. We'll ask her.
She's in the Acme Lounge, so we'll ask her in a little bit. But you know what? We're headed in the weekend, and I know everybody hates it, but we got to do the Connoisseur.
Oh, God. There you go. By far our most loathed segment. No segment drives listeners away quite like the Connoisseur.
But so what we'll do during this segment is I'll have some more food games to play.
So, in other words, it's the promise of pudding after the Brussels sprouts come out.
I'm gonna bribe you. So we'll have your chance to win some stuff during this segment.
All right.
But I saw this story, this food-related story, that Americans aren't the only one feeling the squeeze at the grocery store. Government officials in Italy have decided to take action regarding rising pasta prices.
In Italy?
Yes.
Well, that seems weird.
Of spaghetti is up 17.5% this year.
Just go out into the woods of Jersey. You'll find a whole bunch of it.
Yeah, that's right.
There's at least 500 pounds by a creek.
So this is compared to last spring, despite a decrease in the price of wheat. The Rapid Price Alert Commission will meet. Actually, they met this week at some point to discuss a course of action.
Got to do something.
Do you have a particular brand of spaghetti that you go for?
No, I will grab anything. I don't really.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I haven't done a side by side comparison, and I really don't eat pasta at home that often.
You have a cultivated palate when it comes to cooking, so I thought that you would have like a brand that I'm a San Giorgio man myself.
Okay, all right.
That comes in the box, right?
I'm a Ving Rhames guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
What about you?
I'm whatever's in the cupboard. I don't buy it. Somebody else
You're a
buys
spaghetti
it.
whore.
Yeah. But I did see like that today's years old thing on Twitter.
Oh, one of those things you don't realize? Yeah.
By the way, your today's years old thing at the gas pump, I tried it yesterday, did not work.
Didn't work, huh?
Did not work.
Okay, maybe you should go to my gas station.
Did it work for you?
I didn't try.
He's just trying to make sure that you know that he's right.
What did you say?
It was. It had to do with spaghetti. And if you buy spaghetti that comes in a bag, okay, so apparently the bag is hard to open.
Yes.
But if you just take the spaghetti in your hand, in your fist, and you bang it down on the counter, it pops out.
Okay.
And it
So
doesn't break
when
or
it
whatever.
comes in a bag, bang your fist on it.
Yes.
Right, there you go.
Yeah.
Anything we've
But if it
learned
comes
today
in a
is that.
box,
Don't bang your fist.
I don't put a lot of stock in many of these things now.
I don't
Especially a good friend of mine just told me that the gas station thing didn't work.
yeah.
One time I got hit over the head with a bag of pasta and it flew all over the kitchen. And then my mom said I was being a bitch. So and then she made me clean it up.
Was this last week?
No, I was probably in high school.
You know what? Any of you, I'm not going to, I'm looking at Kathy. I can't
What?
believe it.
Tell me.
Ever made pasta?
We used to have pasta maker, and we make fresh pasta.
Can I tell you that more often than not, when it's made freshly, I don't like it.
Yeah, I prefer the other way as well.
I do, yeah.
But I mean, it depends on what kind of pasta. Like if you make fresh ravioli and stuff like that, I think is really good. But just the standard spaghetti linguine, I'd rather do the dried.
Well, good. You validate because you have, as Nick said, a more cultivated palate. And I think, am I just being an idiot?
Greatest pasta dish I ever had was in Boston, and it was fresh made pasta. It was so good. But I came back and I was like raving about it, and I was talking to Marissa about it, and I'm like, where can I go? Like, there's got to be a place where, because I didn't buy it when I was there. I'm like, I should have left with it. And she's like, I don't know. I'll look around for you. She's like, but it's really not that hard to make. You could do it.
Yeah.
I was like, I looked at her. I'm like, do you know who you're talking to?
Yeah.
Like,
Snap
that
out
is
of
not an option. Find the place where I can go buy it, please.
It's easy. I mean, it's just essentially it's flour and
I
eggs.
found this
That's what she said.
incredible restaurant. It's Olive Garden or something.
Hey, Olive Garden ain't that bad.
I will contend.
I mean, it's not traditional, Mama make fresh,
Right, none of that.
Italian, but on occasion, if we are swinging by and there's one there, we'll go eat. I always leave satisfied. It's like I'm family. While I'm
It's
there.
like it's like you're in Sicily.
Yeah.
Didn't they change that slogan?
Yeah,
think so.
it's get out.
I don't think it's get out. What
Stop
are you
eating the
looking at?
breadsticks, you pig. No,
I do like their salad.
their lasagna is excellent.
I mean, it's not even in my. It's not. Probably not my top three. Like Carrabba's, I think is up there.
I do like Carrabba's.
Maggiano's is up there.
I do like
Romano's
Maggiano's.
Macaroni Grill.
You know what? I haven't been to a macaroni grill.
Oh, you need
So
to come.
maybe of the all the chains, maybe Olive Garden would be the third.
Okay.
I like it.
One suggestion that they say on how to save money on pasta is to turn off the stove while cooking pasta after the water has come to a boil. Why? I guess for your gas bill or your
Or
electric
maybe it
bill?
overcooks it, or if you want it al dente, or
However, Chef Luigi Pomata called this tip a disaster.
it's
So
a friggin' disaster.
maybe you don't do that. All right. Mama make fresh. But apparently, the pasta prices are going up even in Italy.
Blows
More
my
so in
mind.
Italy. All right, so we're going to jump over to fast food for a moment. In a whopper of bad news for Burger King lovers.
Hey, my man.
The fast food burger chain announced that up to 400 of its locations are going to be closed by the end of the year.
So a number of franchises are taking hits like this because of rising food costs. Like you just said, you can't, they can't find pasta in Italy for crying out loud. So, were you ever a Burger King dude?
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't go seek them out. But
counsel?
if they happen to be convenient, I don't shy away. And as we've said before, the Whopper Jr.
Whopper Jr. rocks.
is better than the regular Whopper because the regular size Whopper, it's a little bit, it gets a little messy.
It's offensive.
Especially if you're trying to eat in a car.
Yeah.
Whopper Jr. is better size, you get all the taste and less mess.
You still get the paper crown.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
It's offensive? The big one.
Yeah, it offends me.
It's the easy way to explain out as something you can't quite make a case for. I'm offended by it.
When I was a kid, Burger King was the only fast food place that I could walk to. There was one on Route 30 in Paoli, and so Steve, that would be the one that we would hit a lot. Even though I ended up working at McDonald's, but because my friends and I could walk to Burger King, that would be the one. That was our default.
I will tell you that series, and I always get the title wrong, but the men who fed us or the people who fed us,
Right,
that History Channel special about the creation of Burger King and their way of grilling the burger.
Yeah.
All that stuff, honestly, in the initial stages, McDonald's was trying to keep up with what they were doing.
Right.
And I actually initially was a bigger Burger King fan, but they've never been able to land the fries.
Yeah, no, I probably go to McDonald's more than any of the places, but Burger King is my favorite. There's just not enough of them around.
Well, now there's 400 less
for it to be convenient. But go ahead.
There's something in the story that I didn't notice before. The CEO has said that the company's focus will now be working on building smaller franchisees. They said, though, that hundreds of Burger King locations are closed every year.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So maybe there are ones that are opening up that we don't know about.
They opened them up and then quickly closed them.
Burger King was Burger King was it was like a Friday night treat for us. We would that was like,
Yeah, same.
And so if we were good all week, we would go to Burger King. So I have a horrible thing that happened when I was a kid. We had kerosene heaters, okay? And
You're going to get the proper
thank you. I need
ambiance
this
for this. All right, there were
I'm just getting ready. You continue.
There were kerosene heaters.
So we had kerosene heaters in the house. We had one in the front of the house and one that would sit in the middle of our kitchen. And in our garage, we had a giant barrel of kerosene. And we would have to go out to the garage, which was completely pitch black, pitch dark, and we would have to fill these 5-gallon things from that giant barrel with kerosene. So my mom sent me and my older brother out there.
It's a nuclear explosion waiting to happen.
It was. So I'm holding the can, and my brother's pumping the kerosene into this 5-gallon can. And I don't know what happened. I just maybe got distracted or maybe got too heavy, but I moved the can ever so slightly, and kerosene just started splashing all over my face and into my eyes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Did you sue Burger King?
This is where I'm going with this.
Okay.
Because this is a very traumatic experience. So I got kerosene in my eyes.
Okay.
And then I got punished for it. And like I had done something wrong.
You were injured.
I was injured. I had kerosene all over my eyes.
Did you sue your parents?
And because of that, my mom said that we couldn't go to Burger King that night. And I was devastated.
I don't care how long it takes, but I will kill you.
I was like,
wow.
Listen.
I don't get this. I'm like, I am injured.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't clowning around. It's not like I was juggling things,
The only reason I went to church for so many years as a kid was we would have McDonald's after every time.
Yeah.
I thought that was served at the Last Supper.
I sobbed. At this point, I was done. Like with the kerosene burns all over my face. I was sobbing.
You're blind?
Because I had robbed my entire family of being able to go to Burger King, and I sat upstairs and I cried and cried.
Did they spank you too or anything? Did you get beaten?
No. No, it wasn't spanking. They had they call those
Cat of Nine Tails?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I didn't get hit.
They were flogged.
But I think eventually my mom felt bad, and we ended up we did go to Burger King.
I
there we go.
Wait a
We ended up
second.
going to
This
Burger
story
King,
had
yes.
absolutely no impact then because you got it.
No, we did. So
That is the.
It's like it turns out the Elephant Man loved being that way.
But it wasn't for a couple of hours. I mean, I sat there and cried and was.
was like, that's it. I go, you think you can act like that to me? And then me buy you these shoes? No shoes. We're not getting them.
And then what happened?
I waited a day and then I got them.
From Touchstone Pictures, she has a spine of peanut butter.
You are not playing video games. No video games today.
Touchstone presents the worst parent in the world.
You said sorry. Go ahead. You can play video
But
games.
honest to God, why are you sending an 8-year-old child out to the garage to fill a 5-gallon jug with kerosene?
Well, I think Burger King gives. We need some answers.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So this is Connoisseur, right?
It is the Connoisseur. And we're going to play a game now.
We veered right over to child rearing.
Yes, we're gonna play a game now, and we're gonna give a $25 Acme Markets gift card in honor of Chocolate Chip Cookie Day, which is on Monday.
And this is your payment for listening to a bit we know you hate.
For suffering through the Connoisseur. So I need you to tell me what movie this is from, okay? What movie is this from?
Sushi.
Sushi?
Rice, raw fish, and seaweed.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. It's a food-related movie clip.
All right.
Let's see if you know what movie that is from. Okay, wait a minute. What are we doing?
Hey, if you don't want to go to this, we don't have to go to it.
No, I'll go to this call.
All right.
Hang on a second. It was at a restaurant, so I guess in some way, shape, or form, that's the Connoisseur. I'm going to go to Katie. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Good morning at Preston.
Good morning. And wait, what is my answer to that?
Oh, God, man. I'm
Good
ready
morning to see you.
Good morning to see you.
Yes, thank you, Katie. Good morning to see you. All right.
See you.
All right. Good morning to see you. All right. Katie, what do you want to tell us?
Well done. So, all right. So you guys have to keep digging because it's not fake news. My sister has friends that are on the police force that confirmed that Taylor was at Autograph.
That Taylor Swift was
they're
at
not willing. They're not willing to call in. So.
All right, so we were initially told that we originally got word that she was there. Then we had word from someone who's very highly placed in the organization who said that's not true. You're here to say it is true.
That's what my sources are saying. One of the sources actually works there, but is still in bed because he's a young boy and doesn't have to go to school until later.
All right.
So we can't get him to get out of bed. Another source says that she's not willing to call in because she respects Taylor's privacy and isn't willing to call in. Her daughter was there, saw her. So I don't know. I think maybe you got to keep digging, and I'm working on it on my end.
All right, work on it on your end, and let us know what you hear with your ear to the ground.
We need a celebrity forensics department.
Oh, we do.
Exactly.
All
right.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. By the way, Philly Chit Chat is reporting the rumor about Taylor Swift eating at Autographs in Wayne is just a rumor, and you can go home now, Swifties, and rest up for the Philly concert. They said in a tweet.
Okay.
So it's the mystery.
This is going to evolve into Paul McCartney's dead and he was replaced by a lookalike.
Yeah.
That level of.
All right, I'm going to see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from.
What's that?
Sushi.
Sushi?
Rice, raw fish, and seaweed.
Okay, let's see if Craig knows. Craig, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah, it's all good, man. Tell us what movie that is from.
It is the Breakfast Club.
Breakfast Club is exactly correct. And it's Emilio Estevez's birthday today. So, Craig, hang on the line. We're going to give you a $25 Acme Markets gift card. Acme's Bakery has baked chocolate chip cookies for the Acme Lounge for National Chocolate Chip Day.
Excellent.
Which is coming up on Monday. I'll do another one in a moment here, okay? But in the meantime, I have another story or two to share with you. All right, so who here goes to Costco?
I do.
You do?
I'm a
BJ's?
I think a BJ's guy.
Okay. Anybody else go to Costco?
I used to be BJ's, but I never went to Costco.
Costco has a decent little cafe.
It's well known for it.
The food is inexpensive, and you get a lot of it, and it actually tastes pretty damn good.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I like going to Costco.
Right. But I don't want to misrepresent myself. Not that it really matters, but we don't have a membership to Costco, but my friend Helen does, so we'll go with her.
Okay. At the beginning of the pandemic.
This just in.
Startling revelation for the Preston and Steve show this morning involving Costco. Casey Foster blatantly admitting that he goes but does not have a membership.
Any word from Helen?
Jim Iglesiewski outside of Casey's house.
All right. Well, anyhow, at the beginning of the pandemic, raw chopped onions were removed as a Costco hot dog topping. And I always liked it. And it's an interesting little mechanism that they use to get the onions out. Have you ever seen this?
I have not. So as I said before, I'm a BJ's guy.
It's actually a dial that you turn.
Oh.
And as you turn it, something pushes the onions out of the little dispenser. Do me a favor.
Is this like a Sibian?
See if it's not a Sibian.
Are you sure?
It
I don't
sounds
know.
like
I've never sat on it.
It's,
So
it's an onion. It's an onion Sibian.
Connor, see if you can find. I want you guys to see the contraption that they use for onions at Costco.
Okay.
But
Okay, we're looking at it right now. It is.
Yeah, so you turn this little crank, and they come out that way.
I like it that.
Yeah, right? It's a neat little contraption. So anyhow, some have spotted hints that diced onions might be making a return at Costco. According to a sign spotted in a Pacific Northwest location, they'll be portioned out in cups. Yeah.
Cups?
Yeah, cups.
Yeah, a cup.
And available upon request.
By the way, Preston, a lot of people are checking in saying that Minced Onions had dinner last night at Autograph.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. No way. Check with who you be doing, Blair.
Check with who?
What?
Who should we check with?
Did you just call Marissa Blake?
What did you just say?
You called her
What
Blake.
came out of your mouth?
What was that?
That was absolute
It was a
gibberish.
couple of words and a few sounds.
A couple words and a few
Are we
sounds.
simulcast in Swahili?
I was like, check with you and Dylan, but like,
No.
couldn't even tell you what I was trying to say except for Huey Dillon.
Nell fully understood
Right
what you
now?
were saying.
Oh, my God. We have to get that audio.
Oh, man.
Holy crap. I'm sweating.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, but hey,
I've always relied on the charity of the stream.
Oh, my goodness. Check with Huey Dillon.
God.
By the way, the $1.50 hot dog and drink combo, which is great because the hot dog's really big, it's such a deal, is currently available with 4 toppings: ketchup, yellow mustard, deli mustard, and pickle relish. But apparently the onions.
Let me ask you,
might be making a comeback.
do they still have? I know they cut back on it during the pandemic, but Costco is known to have a lot more of the food sample stations.
Yeah, they're back.
Oh, they're back.
Yeah,
Okay.
fully back. Hey, by the way, can I mention something yet? Another leftover from the pandemic world that I kind of approve of is if you go into a restaurant and in booths they put up the plexiglass separators between other booths. There are some places that still have them up. I like it.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a sound buffer. From the people behind you, that might be having a conversation in the booth just over.
You don't buy out the place like Taylor Swift.
And so we were at a restaurant in Cape May, Casey.
Plexis.
No, you were at Lucky Bones.
Yeah, Lucky Bones. Thank you. And they still had they still had the partitions up, and you can see through them fine and everything. And I realized, I'm like, you know what? I'm all right with this.
Okay.
I like that. Yeah.
Listen, you have an issue.
Yeah, hearing
In fact,
issue.
we've moved into another area to have our meetings because whenever there's a lot of slapback or the room, you can hear the room echoing everything around. You can't discern what people are saying.
I have a hard time hearing. So, okay, that audio is just.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That was
Marissa
fast.
got it quickly. This was what Casey tried to say a moment ago. Here we go.
Check with who you be doing, Blair. I couldn't even say Huey. What did I say?
I don't know what you're saying. You said check. All I can hear is check.
Check with who you doing, Blair.
Check.
Oh, my
You tried
God.
to bail.
Yeah.
You tried to give up.
I did. I
Check
gave
it.
up. Check with who you doing, Blair.
It's like the reticent auctioneer.
Check with who you doing, Blair. Did I say Claire?
So you had my wife in there.
You hear Claire?
Baby. Check with who you doing, Blair. Claire. Oh, my God.
Oh, there you go.
We've been there, man.
Let me pull up another food clip to give something away.
I think people really need to be paid for listening to this.
All
crap.
right.
This one?
We're going to give away, let's see here. Are these movie passes? Or?
No, digital.
Digital copy of Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves.
Preston approved.
I thought it was a fun movie. All right, so if you can identify what movie this is from.
Oh, I'm not very hungry. Just give me a double Polo burger with everything and cherry soda with chocolate ice cream.
All right, 215-263. I know, yeah, it's an easy one.
Yeah.
215-263 WMMR if you know what movie that's from. All right, let's move on. Thank you. Let's see. According to the CDC, almost half of the residents of Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee eat less than one piece of fruit per day.
How much fruit do you eat a day?
I eat a lot of fruit a day. I have at least I have a banana on the way to work. I have an apple right before the bizarre file. And then with my lunch, I have a little kind of fruit salad type of thing. And then lately it's been like grapes later on the day or kind of my snack.
I started
so
doing
I eat a lot
that.
of fruit.
I started freezing them.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't eat. I used to eat a lot more fruit. It can be high in calories, and
So
it's
I've
also.
heard, and I don't know if this is true, but I've heard 2 pieces of fruit per day is what we should be aiming for.
What I eat a lot of is blueberries.
It's great fiber for you as well. Fruit is
Your bowel movement
is really good for you. Yeah. So states, I mean, it may. I don't know if it's high calorically or not, but it's definitely good in nutrients and what you need. Data surveyed 440,000 Americans in all states. States that are less likely to consume fruit also see higher poverty rates, indicating a connection between lack of fresh fruit and poverty.
Well, that's the old story about where there are a lot of issues with Dr. Mike talks about this all the time.
Processed foods.
And stuff that'll end up killing you. Sadly, that's part of a poverty situation as well in depressed areas.
Yeah, it says low income families are more likely to eat ultra processed foods. And I don't know exactly why that is. Are ultra processed foods much cheaper
or more easily
fresh,
easily gotten? Also, stores.
All of that stuff. All of that stuff that can be packaged and held on for a while are going to be cheaper than fresh fruits and vegetables and things like that.
So Kathy used to come in with like half a produce store with your.
Dennis would make that giant fruit salad.
Yeah, I know you guys always said that, but
it looked like Carmen Miranda's head.
It actually was just about 2 pieces of fruit. It was just all cut up. But I don't know if that 2-piece thing is correct or not.
We now do that every week. We make a giant fruit salad and eat it throughout the week, and we put in pineapple, strawberry, blueberries, blackberries,
shrimp.
Apple. No shrimp. Apple, and I know I'm missing something. But anyhow, we make a big batch of it, huge container, and we just pick at it all week long. I love it.
My fiance is allergic to pineapple, and I feel so bad for her because I love pineapple.
It's the best.
Yeah.
It's the sweetest of all the fruits.
I felt like I was held hostage most of my life because the pineapple. I always had canned pineapple, which was like
fresh.
eating sort of gelatinous insulin. And then when you get fresh.
So good.
Yeah.
It's like, where have you been?
I even like it on pizza. But Marissa shared this not that long ago, and I've heard it many times over the years, but the old adage of when you go grocery shopping, stick to the outside of the store because that's where the fresh foods are.
I mean, don't even go in.
No. Stick to like the outside aisles.
All the gum that's chewed up on the.
You have to go in. And then once you're inside, stick to the outside.
That's probably a good idea.
But that's where the fresh fruits are. All the fresh stuff.
So try this sometime, and this is how one little thing that I will add to my fruit salad to give it a little pop, if you will. Is you drizzle some honey on it, and squeeze some fresh lemon juice. It's fantastic.
It's a genius move.
How
I
much
came up with
fruit
that myself.
is in mint chocolate chip ice cream?
Yeah.
Is that what you
mint,
have each day?
Chocolate chips are fruit.
Yeah.
Right, mint is fruit.
All right, two things. We need to get a winner. We're done with the fruit.
Okay.
We need to get a winner for our movie mystery food clip here, and it's an easy one. What movie is this from?
I'm not very hungry. Just give me a double Polo burger with everything and cherry soda with chocolate ice cream.
All right, we'll go to Lauren, see if we can get an answer. Hey, Lauren, morning.
Morning, rocking and rolling and whatnot.
Yes. And so the movie is?
Grease, baby.
But of course. Hang on just a second, Lauren. Rockin' and rolling and whatnot. And we'll give you a digital copy of Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. And you can buy it or rent it today on digital, rated PG-13 from Paramount Pictures.
Rockin' and rolling and whatnot.
All right, we have a guest caller.
Yes, I think a definitive source, if I'm reading correctly.
That is correct. I just mentioned Philly Chit Chat. Well, we have Philly Chit Chat. Huey Dillon is on the line, so let's go to him. In fact, Casey, weren't you just saying his name a second ago?
Check with Huey Dillon.
Is that what you were saying? Check with Huey Dillon?
Yeah.
All right, now I can understand it. All right, Huey, you there?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so you had posted that all of this Taylor Swift at Autograph is hogwash, to use a really antiquated term.
That's right. She wasn't there, but the rumor did get out. Someone wrote me, and then I contacted the restaurant. And, at first they did hear maybe her mother was upstairs eating salad, and that wasn't the case. And then one of my commenters said, oh, yeah, that was my son. He heard the rumor that she was there. We looked all over. She wasn't there. But he continued to text his friends to say maybe she was there. So maybe that's how it blew up like that. And I don't know how long they think that Taylor eats, but those girls were out there for 4 hours.
Oh, my God.
Well, let me ask you. So this is the world you operate in with the celebrity sightings and things like that. You get the scoop, the scoop, as they say. How often is it that they will deny a story when it was in fact the case? Does this have any of the signs that might have been what went down last night?
No, she was definitely not there. They would have told me for sure. But, mostly restaurants will deny. But the last time she was here, she went to Ralph's restaurant. And what happened was all the fans found out because someone in the kitchen tweeted at Taylor and said, we're almost done with your dinner, another 10 minutes. They didn't go up and tell her. They tweeted it, and then they were monitoring the site, and they all showed up because I was already there waiting for her to leave.
Wow.
Yeah, so that makes it, though, you watch this, though, we have never seen, and we were talking about this, that we've never seen anything, any concert, any act ever come to this area that had this much peripheral activity. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Half the fun of my weekend is going to be covering the Swifties and, picking their brain and figuring out how they figure out these things.
Right.
Huey, this is Nick. Two things real quick. First of all, it's great free publicity for Autograph and whether or not she was there. But if you're a restaurant like that, would you want her to be there or would you not want her to be there? Is there an upside or a downside?
Yeah, you definitely want her there. It's great publicity. Plus, who wouldn't want to meet Taylor Swift?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
All right. Good point.
Well, you're going to be a busy man this weekend, but you cover all the stuff so well. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, Huey. We'll talk to you. Have a good weekend. There you go. There's here's his name.
Check with Huey Dillon.
Thank you, Huey. All right. Let's jump right. I want to play one more clip. I have a third movie clip to play. Mystery food movie clip. And let's see if you know what movie this is from. And we'll give away Evil Dead Rise on digital, okay? So here's the clip.
Congratulations, San Francisco. You've ruined pizza.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. I love that clip. All right, one last story while we're waiting for the calls to come in. Throughout May, you can head to Hooters on the weekends and kids eat free.
All right.
Kids under 12.
It is, as they advertise, a family restaurant.
Can order from the kids menu for free with the purchase of one adult entree.
Okay. Let's see how that works.
Yeah.
Mom.
I've never taken
Can we
my
go to
kids
Hooters?
To Hooters before.
I always thought the wings were not great there. I was only there a couple times in my life, but somebody told me that they changed them.
Oh,
Does anybody
really?
know if that's the case?
I don't know.
Do not know.
I know they offer daycare at fun bags.
Because I was the same way, Kath. I never got what the big deal,
Yeah.
why their wings were, everybody loved them so much.
I think they're
thought
pretty good.
I thought they were okay.
Yeah, they're so
at
greasy.
best. Agreed.
Yeah.
I prefer, when I'm getting wings, I don't like the really kind of breaded
Yeah.
wings.
So that was the conversation, and
Yeah.
someone said that it's not like that anymore.
Okay.
At
I've
least
always-
the one that he goes to.
Kathy, I've always been sort of thumbs up on their wings. Maybe I've been eating the new and improved ones.
Listen, people love them. I mean, you're not alone in that. I just never really, they weren't for me.
I've never stepped into a Hooters. The only wings I've ever gotten were either takeout or here.
Right. The offer is valid Saturdays and Sundays at participating
I could
locations.
pass as a kid.
Nationwide. I think you could.
Yeah.
So if you're a Hooters fan and you got kids, head into the weekends and they eat for free.
Are
Kids
there any
under 12.
any other quote unquote restaurants that are still popular? Like I know that
Tilted
Tilted
Kilt?
Kilt was for a stretch, but I don't
Fun
know.
bags, Steve. You
Fun
was-
bags,
Bags
right.
and yeah.
What was that
Jersey.
one where they came in and you were dancing with them, Case?
Oh, well, that's the Buckle Bunnies over at Xfinity Live.
Oh, Xfinity
the
Live.
Is there a
PBR
place
bar.
called Yabos? There should be.
I think, believe it or not, there was in that mad rush when Hooters first took off, there was a whole bunch of similar.
There was in St. Louis, we had a place called Show Me's.
Right.
And it was the knockoff.
The one that did
Hooters.
not do well was a place called Clinical Vaginas.
Okay, all right.
Which was much more medical.
Clinical.
Yeah. And it was
Vaginas.
It was not, yeah.
There's a coffee shop in Seattle, a chain of them, and
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Excretory system.
No. It's what this is, Steve. It's hot girls working in a coffee shop, and I forget the name of it, but
What's the place in Seattle, Nick?
that's what I just said.
No, it's the drive-through. Oh yeah. But it's an actual drive-through window. You don't come in
Wearing bikinis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that exactly what you were talking about?
Yes.
All right.
All right, so here are some other places that are similar. The Twin Peaks, the Tilted Kilt, which we mentioned.
Right.
Redneck Heaven. Boy, can't wait to go there. Heart Attack Grill. That's in Vegas, I think.
Is that a?
That's Marissa, give me the thumbs up. Yeah. Show Me Sports Bar and
Okay,
Grill.
there you
That's
go.
what I was telling you guys about. Let's see. Bone Daddies, Bombshells, and the winner, Tallywhack.
So as Tallywhackers, it's got to be men, right?
I would think so. You would think that would make sense, right? Not really sure. All right, anyhow. So, that's the Hooters news. All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the movie food trivia question. What movie is this from?
Congratulations, San Francisco. You've ruined pizza.
right, we're
First the Hawaiians, and now you.
All right, now we go to Evan, see if we can get the answer. Yo, Evan, good morning.
Hey, sorry to bug you at work.
Nah, we need to know the answer. What movie is that from, brother?
Inside Out, the great Louis Black.
Yes. Well done. Plays anger in the movie. And we, sir, are going to give you a copy of Evil Dead Rise on digital, and Evil Evolves in Evil Dead Rise, a tale of two estranged sisters in a primal battle for survival.
Love it.
You can own it now on digital. So there you go. All right, we're wrapping up the Connoisseur segment. Outro music, please. And we didn't get the announcer.
Oh yeah, it's
My
okay.
Connoisseur announcer.
I just think because of the people despise the bit so much, I'm trying to
Good point.
change it.
I love that guy, though.
Well, I'm back.
All right, thank you. All right, so here's what I'd like to do as we take a break, which we're going to, and we'll come back in a moment and get Krystyna Hutchinson here in our studio. I would like to give away the official Keenan's Cut the Line Pass and Table for you and 3 of your friends. All right, so we'll take the 27th caller. We randomly chose that number, 215-263-WMMR, and you will get to get in ahead of everybody else, and you and 3 guests will enjoy your own private booth, and we'll give you a bucket of Coors Light for your table and a case of Coors Light for your beach house afterwards.
That's awesome.
May 26th, 2 weeks from today. That's when that happens. 215-263-WMMR, and it is from Coors Light, made to chill at the Jersey Shore. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back in just a second, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes it?
Ingredients.
It has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a
an egg roll.
cheesesteak in the classic, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this, right?
Well, it's dumb. It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's okay.
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It doesn't matter.
And cut Nick some slack because he's had really loose bowel movements for the past day or two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had a visit down to the 3rd floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, do they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book, Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or do your kids?
I don't remember it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah. Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, we're looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon
And the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
Okay. We do.
We do. She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moiety.
Herpel.
Herpel.
I love Herpel. I mean,
I'll let you guys laugh it out, and then I'll.
It's hard. It's hard when it happens.
Funny.
It's just there. And you got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever. According to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing. Never, not piercing in general, never has appeared to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced ear, nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
I think he does, yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear and 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I want to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in alt radio and and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No, shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We never.
Birthday,
Hey, thank you. It's my birthday present from Kathy Romano.
Birthday miracle.
Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh my
Look
God.
at Steve.
Steve
so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense, though, because sometimes I'll see Kathy walking around, and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch. And I'm like, what's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to? And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
so
right. I can explain.
number one, you're deathly afraid of needles, anything that has to do with that. Number two, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a perfect vagina.
to do. Well, by pristine, I mean
No tattoos, yeah.
Unblemished.
and also no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, he's been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
I know.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the
'Cause I wanna
story.
hear
There's got to
Casey,
be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school, turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right. They grow back,
Yeah, so I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of that.
Yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
So at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this.
Was it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it.
Oh.
It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was fine. He was finally like, what are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna, because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like, help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you stopped after one? No,
Just
you just
one?
want to get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You seem more like a completist.
See what happened. It was a ring.
It was a ring?
Yeah.
Ring.
It was a ring. You had but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. It was so infected. I had to put a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected, and no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine. Did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time I have passed out because of it. I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin. I saw the skin pull, and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's hand,
held
and
your nipple out.
Put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from it?
Yes, there's a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide. So we'll try to pick the one out.
When
you wouldn't know. It is a tiny little spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side, but if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your nipples.
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow.
So I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the gauze.
Yes.
How many
ruined
days or
it.
weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just literally my body was rejecting it.
Is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably. Yeah, I think she probably found out
she's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it
yes.
really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. It hurt so bad. College bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old piercer, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off. Yep. So it was the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
Oh my God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was so painful.
What did they use, like ice? Or
people who say oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
Well, and listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, oh, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not like the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough as leather nipples.
Yeah, not so much.
So
not true.
when it was happening, did they get like browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody says call the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, oh hell no! It's like, you cannot have a picture of my boob.
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home.
I used to have the audio.
The audio of that getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter. No,
All right.
But did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierce, I sat up and I went, ugh. My mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So like, we're talking and laughing like 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. My mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, "Oh, okay, all right," and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, "Well, at least I knew about the other one." And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, "Wait, what other one?"
Before I do my intro,
okay,
can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
She's here, Amy.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, it's Amy.
Hi, guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album, The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah, during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. We'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff. And then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises. And, here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good. Yeah. It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. It feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a I'm such a, I don't know, detail critic.
On 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. And yes, we did have confirmation that our next guest is recording this weekend at Helium Comedy Club, and we are happy to welcome her back to the Delaware Valley. She's a Doylestown native. Please give some love. Krystyna Hutchinson is here.
Thank you. Thank
Nice
you
to
very
see
much.
you. And Kevin.
Kevin McAllister Hutchinson is also here.
This is best name ever.
Thank
puppy
you.
dog.
Yeah, I love dogs with people names.
Yeah,
I have
hilarious.
We had a former video worker whose cat was named, and I like titles for people too. His name is Mr. Sir Sean Connery.
Wow,
that's the full name.
Regal.
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
I love that. I wanted it. We had a fish one time. We got a beta fish. I wanted to name him Chief Brody.
Chief Brody for Jaws.
The kids wouldn't go for it.
Oh,
As a kid, I remember, Krystyna, I desperately wanted to give a proper name to a pet. And it was all predicated on the notion that at some point I could come out and say something like, Linda crapped in my shoe.
Yeah.
And I got it. Eventually, she crapped on a shirt, a cat, and I was able to say that.
Linda,
Yeah.
quit licking your butt in front of company. So fun.
We had a cat named Mister. My brothers wanted to yell, Mister.
Hey, Mister.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great. Yeah, that's when I named him. I was like, what do I want to yell?
Yeah.
What name do I want to yell that'll make me fun?
It's perfect. Yes, but it was just such a great disposition.
Yeah.
Travels well, obviously.
Travels so well. He's a pandemic puppy. So for the first year, it was just him and I in an apartment. So we're very codependent. But
He's very his temperament is very docile. Yeah, and he's a wiener dog.
Yeah, he's a miniature wiener.
He's a dachshund, which sometimes they can be a tad bit hyper.
Coked up.
I remember
yeah.
We had one in our neighborhood and I was a little kid. I mean, like pre-K. That dog terrified me.
They have a lot of energy. Coked up is the perfect way to put it.
Yes.
But Kevin plays soccer. With a full-size soccer ball.
Shut up.
On a large soccer field, and he drills the ball up and down the field.
I gotta see that.
Crazy.
Do you have footage?
Oh yeah, I have video.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
Yeah.
It's wild. I've never seen anything like it.
The thing is,
great.
and kudos to you too, because a lot of dogs were adopted and a lot of pets were adopted during the pandemic, only to be abandoned and turned back to shelters. I'm like,
I could never.
No, that's a family member.
Oh my God, I like him more than a lot of my family members.
I have to tell you, we're so excited you're here.
People do suck.
People suck. We all know that, and I'm a people. I know that. So I'm doing research on you as you're coming in today, and I saw a special. It was called Red Flags. It was video.
Oh, that was the song I wrote. Yeah.
And you have a great voice. I was blown away by this.
Thank you.
So doing and then I come to learn as I'm doing further investigation. You learned a couple of different instruments. You wanted to learn drums. Preston is a drummer. That didn't work out for you, though, did it?
I am taking drum lessons.
Oh,
I am
you?
addicted.
Really?
I have a lot of rage in me. That's why I drive a Ford Mustang, because I want to smoke everybody at the lights. But I had an inkling that, because piano is technically a percussion instrument, so I had an inkling that drums, I would just get a lot out on drums, and I ran out of practice space, and I just go for hours. It's so fun.
You can't. There's no other instrument that makes you really break a sweat like drums do. I mean, you can really get physical with it. If you need to get some aggressions out, it's a great
It's
instrument.
like a boxing ring.
Yeah, totally.
But you make music out of it.
Yep.
So what? How good are you at this point? Are you?
Well, I have a rhythm sheet. The guy gave me a rhythm sheet to do, and you're supposed to get through like all 20 rhythms and do each measure 4 times, and I'm almost at like rhythm 15.
Okay.
So, and I've only been doing it for a couple months.
How's your paradiddle game?
My paradiddles aren't there yet, but they're gonna get there. I've been watching a lot of Dave Grohl videos, and the guy from Rush, the drummer from Rush,
Neil, he's my idol.
I'm reading his book.
Which one?
His story about him going off on the motorcycle after his family.
Yeah, it's called Ghost Rider.
Yes,
yeah, it's a
Ghost
great
Rider.
book. I've read it a couple times.
Oh,
so
my God.
Preston's already married, but I think he's going to propose again right now. Because
Yes, to you.
honestly, he always goes off about this book and how emotional and wonderful this book was. It's kind of like a Jack Kerouac kind of thing, correct?
I heard, yeah. Well, so we were watching. My boyfriend put on a video of him drumming with this like 360 drum set, And it was incredible. And then he goes, have you ever heard of this guy's life story? I'm like, no. And he just gives me a summary and I'm bawling.
Yeah.
And you look at how talented he is and how much darkness he had to face. And you're like, humans are so resilient. It's incredible. So I'm, you know, only a couple chapters into his book, but beautiful writer.
Excellent.
My God.
Glad you're enjoying that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is that something? So, I mean, and you make the point in the video that it's the classic thing that comedians want to be rock stars want to be comedians, and you were afraid of stepping out onto that. Hey, look at musicians sort of
stay
thing.
in your lane, girl.
Which I think we can all connect with something like that. When I don't know, is this my place to be doing this?
Right.
Is it something you think you will continue to follow up on?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I get way too much angst out while playing.
But
like,
you're
this
singing
is-
too. Your voice is really
Oh
good.
yeah, I sing and play piano like pretty much every day in my home.
Yeah.
I need a musical outlet, but I need one that's it's kind of like just for me. You know, I need to do art that I don't show people so that I know I'm not
That you
BSing
own,
myself. Yeah.
No,
I'm
that's
just doing it.
wise.
That's a good point. So I don't. I've damaged my hearing over the years. So drums will do that to you. You have to be careful. So I don't play really live with any bands or anything like that. But I play every day, and it's just for me. It's just something I'm working on. There's an ability I want to achieve.
Yep.
And I want to continue to improve, and I just do it for me, and it's very therapeutic.
Yes,
very
and
therapeutic.
the creative flow is like it's blissful.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, and it does happen, and we've noticed this, like with Steve Martin is a banjo player and really good at it. There is a connection, I think, between the mindset of a musician and a comedian.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I wanted to learn do drums, other than the rage, was because I had an inkling that it would make my rhythm on stage better. Because keeping time, the drummer has to keep time the whole time. When I was learning, I'm like, you got to do this the whole time? 70 BPM the whole, because I speed up.
Yeah.
And to play with a metronome, you're like, wow, I'm not in time at all. So I had an inkling that would like kind of help my internal rhythm. And so far, I feel like it does, but who knows?
Comedians have their own tempo.
Yeah.
That they keep, and you know it when you see different ones on stage. So that's important to how people perceive you. So I think that's a brilliant idea.
Thank you.
Good for you.
Before we came on, we found out you're basically a blood relative of Taylor Swift.
Yes, she's my cousin.
Did you have dinner with her
She
last night?
stays at my home. She just FaceTimed me. And I said, I got to go on Preston and Steve. I got to get off me. Come on, you're really annoying.
But there's a circuitous thing. Somebody you know.
Yeah, so my boyfriend that I dated for 7 years, he grew up outside of Lancaster, and his dad sold speakers. And I remember when we first started dating, he's like, yeah, my dad sold speakers to Taylor Swift's dad, and Taylor came in. She was like 12 or something, and he was saying, yeah, I'm going to move to Nashville because my daughter's a country singer. And I'm like, wow, it worked out for her.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
She don't got tickets left for her shows. Good for you, Taylor.
3 nights sold out at the Link. It's insane.
That's great.
And what we didn't know, and we've been talking about the past couple days, is that there are all these peripheral things that happen when Taylor Swift gets to town. There are like Kathy, what was the event last night? It was a clothing party.
Oh, yeah. Like people came out. I did an event with a girl that owns a store out in Downingtown, and people came out and picked out their outfit to wear to the show.
Aw, that's nice.
Yeah. Well, there was tons of little kids. She had like a pink carpet out. They had, some hair lady that was there putting these little sparkly things in their hair.
There's an event at the TLA. There's a pregame party, and it's like, what the hell?
I'm a big Beyonce fan, so I have a Beyonce tattoo. I have a Beyonce tattoo and a Wawa tattoo. Those are the two tattoos.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's
great.
Yeah.
Wawa's you and Johnny Knoxville.
Oh, Johnny
Knoxville has a Wawa tattoo.
Hell
Yeah.
And
That's great.
Our old intern Beth, didn't she get
She had the cat. The Preston reference at the beginning of the conversation. She had the Wawa
I remember when I got
tattoo.
one, Big J. Okerson was like, how did you get a Wawa tattoo before me? That doesn't feel right.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to ask about Beyonce because we were comparing Beyonce and Taylor Swift yesterday.
That's a hard comparison for me.
But is Beyonce, is it as big as this whole Taylor Swift life?
My God. So Beyonce concert is the best day of your year. Everybody is in the best mood. It's really, I saw her at Lincoln Financial Field last time because I wanted to come to Philly to see her. It's wild to be in a stadium amount of people, like around that amount of people, and everyone's in a good mood. You don't get that in New York. You don't get that in Philly. You're like, is that even possible?
And
it is.
They're few and far between where you have events like those sort of massive communal events where it is just a feel-good thing. And that's why we were stunned, because with this Taylor Swift thing, I've in all the years of waiting in line and getting outside the concert venue, I've never seen anything this elaborate. I mean, like ripples out from this event itself that's permeating all the rest of Philadelphia.
Yeah. Swifties and Beehive, they're real.
All right, so but I have a Beyonce question for you, because I've seen her twice and I really enjoyed the performance the first time. The second time, it was the exact.
She's got a dog.
No. I'm not, this is not an insult. It just was. I was blown away by how it was the exact same performance, and it was just a few months later. And
was it the same tour?
It was the same tour,
Oh,
but
so
there was zero variation, and all the choreography and everything was the same.
Yes, correct.
And I was a little disappointed in
Is that not what everybody else does?
Well, you know what? I think that they're used to like rock shows where Nick will go see Pearl
you
Jam
do like
2
your
nights in a row, and
Pearl Jam.
it's
I
different.
was just Googling Eddie Vedder in the 90s, and whew.
Oh, in a good way.
Oh, in a great way.
Oh, I thought you were rolling your eyes.
No. The sexiest person on earth is Eddie Vedder in the 90s.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
You are so talking our language.
Yo, that hair, those cheekbones. You start looking them up, and you're like, I don't want to stop.
I think Nick and I are going to have a fist fight over it, Krystyna. Before the show's
That
over.
man is roaring like a lion.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
just the best.
Who would you rather have sex with, Eddie Vedder or Beyonce?
Oh, don't do that to me.
Yeah. Who would be the cuck? Yeah.
I mean, I am. But yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I'd probably say Eddie Vedder, because I'd be too nervous with Beyonce.
Okay. Really?
Okay.
I don't want her to get a bad impression of me. I'd rather have her have no impression of me.
I think that's
Way
very,
better.
very smart.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Well thought out.
Wow.
So your concert going life, were you constantly out at concerts? Were you very selective?
No, I was out at concerts a bunch. I liked, I've seen Radiohead a bunch. I've seen, I saw Tool on mushrooms, 8th row.
Wow.
Tool is serious.
Yo,
yeah.
what a time. Maynard?
Good for you.
Yeah, it was rough. It was a tough one, but I'm glad I did it. And I saw, oh my God, Rage Against the Machine at MSG.
Wow.
When their tour had gotten canceled, and he broke his leg. And it was one of the most energetic concerts I've ever seen, and he was sitting on a crate the whole time.
It's pretty wild.
And I've Rage Against the Machine concert is like Beyonce concert for straight men. They're so I've never seen so many men so happy. They're just crying and hugging each other, and you're like, this is what I want for you.
Well, Rush would be the same, right? That's the old
Yeah, it's mainly men. It's almost all men. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Men, get into your creative crafts. I love it.
So what was? Do you remember? Did you ever go through the experience of sleeping over to be in the line or all that stuff? Were you that committed?
For SNL, I did that once. Stayed in line for tickets, and I got them.
Right.
That was really fun.
Who was the host?
I forget. I think it might have been. I don't remember, because I ended up interning at SNL. So
okay.
I interned the year that Betty White did her episode.
Oh wow, man, that's cool.
Yeah.
There's a perpetual fascination with SNL.
Yeah.
I think anyone who has any like of anything pop culture related would have to say that is a phenomenon and a juggernaut. And I mean, you're talking decades of history. Was that your mindset when you got your job, or did you develop? Okay.
Oh yeah, I went to Penn State initially, and I switched colleges so I can intern at SNL, because I said I wanted to be on SNL, and I said, you know what, if I intern there, then I have an in.
Right.
That's and so I was like, I gotta transfer schools, so I moved to New York City, and I interviewed for them 3 times, and they rejected me every time because no one quits.
Yeah.
When you get an internship at Saturday Night Live, you keep interning until you're done with college. And so the 4th interview was my last semester of college. She originally called me and said, I'm sorry, there's just no positions, but thank you for coming in. I'm like, okay. And then she called me back 20 minutes later and said, just come in on Tuesdays and Saturdays. I'm like, thank you. Oh my God. That's
Shoot day.
awesome. I'm going to be the best. Yeah. I was like, I'm the first one there, last one to leave. I'll get you coffee, have a smile, great attitude.
Awesome.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, it's Krystyna Hutchinson, who's in our studio. She's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow night, 7:30, 10 p.m. or the shows, heliumcomedy.com, and get tickets. When you left for Happy Valley, was that bye-bye to Doylestown? Is that the last time? And
Yes.
you didn't look back? Yeah?
Yeah, did not look back. Oh, boy, I was excited. Kent State is like Disneyland for 18-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's the best.
Oh, I'm
And I got in there before the Paterno stuff. Thank God. I mean, it was still happening, but like no one talked about it, so we were all happy.
The statue was still
You
up.
didn't know.
Yeah.
You didn't know.
The statue was still up. Peachy Paterno was still a flavor.
I went to Bucknell, and which is about 45 minutes east of State College, and Bucknell was a great school, but it's a small town and no real football program. And so when we wanted to party, we would drive 45 minutes west and go to State College because it was just and like
the frat houses.
Oh, it's insane.
Crazy. There's slip and slides in the frat house. You're like, this is exactly what I thought it was going to be.
I wanted to ask you a quick follow-up question about SNL because Aubrey Plaza interned there as well, and then she ended up hosting. Were you guys there at the same time?
We weren't. I know she was a page. Was she an intern before she was a page?
I'm not sure.
Which is usually it's a popular trajectory. But no, we were not there at the same time. But I did go. I did intern with a lot of people that are like on TV now. I'm like, good for you guys. Look at us. Look at us go.
Yeah, that's cool.
Have you been back to Doylestown though? I love it there.
Yeah, I went back. We walked around Christmas for the Christmas lights. I
Okay.
love Doylestown.
Yeah.
Oh, what a quaint village.
That's the word that comes up because it is. It's a
so
very
quaint.
beautiful little setup. You know?
And it's really nice during Christmas too. I think they
Oh,
do a whole Christmas parade there.
Yeah, I think they do. They
It's
do
like
like
a
a light
big deal.
show, like an unveiling of the lights for the first day of the year that it's up. Yeah.
So you're doing the recording of a new album.
Yes.
Right. So and obviously your podcast, but the guys we have.
Hugged.
Yeah.
Is the radio friendly version. Guys, we hugged.
Have you ever taken the podcast on the road?
Yes, we have. We've taken the podcast on a road several times, and it's really fun. It's a completely different dynamic.
Yeah.
But Corinne is my co-host. We're so comfortable talking about anything and everything in front of thousands of people, and I forget it's jarring to some. Like it's like you're not used to hearing that vulnerable of or intimate of a conversation. Rather,
people who are going surely know that.
they love it. Yeah, But it's like it's interesting. You feel a higher stakes when you're live because people are like, oh wow, they're really saying this in front of us.
Have you always been that candid?
Yeah.
Okay, because we're wide open on this show.
Yeah.
I mean, within FCC regulations and the language we can use, but we will open up about our personal lives and go in depth about things that are very intimate. And for me, it took a while to learn that. I actually learned a lot. Casey will admit anything and everything about his life. He does not care. He does not get embarrassed about anything. And over the years, I learned from him how it's okay to throw your dirty laundry out there. Who the hell cares?
Yeah.
The majority of people that are listening to, and we love our listeners, but I mean, I don't have a day-to-day. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't matter that I'm the opinion you form of me is really not that big.
It's none of your
It doesn't
business.
impact my life.
And it's a
directly.
reflection of the person with the opinion.
Yeah.
And also, if you think about this, every person's opinion is informed by every second of their life from the moment they exit their mother's body until this time that they give their opinion. So that's a really individual lane. But also, people's stories and experiences are some of our greatest resources. And we don't know them if they don't share.
Yeah, that's what works. So you're listening to your podcast, and they're great and hilarious. But also, that candor, you'll find more commonality with people. Like, oh my God, we hear it all the time. I thought I was the only one.
Yeah.
Thought I was the only.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a
one's
similar
the only
story.
one.
Right, and it makes it so much nicer.
We had this conversation yesterday, which we weren't expecting. There's this app that this widow created, and it's for widows and widowers who want to have casual hookups, who don't want to get into a relationship.
Specific.
Our phone
I like
lines lit up like that with mainly women that have lost their husbands, and all they want to do is get laid.
Good for
They're
them.
not interested.
Get that D, ladies.
Yeah, man, and that's the way they were talking. We were like, and a few of the guys called in, and they were a little more sentimental and
Wow.
and
Wow.
yes,
We kid you not. We
Tables
kid you
are
not.
turning.
They were the more, I don't know, where the women are like literally saying drop trow.
Yeah.
It was very
Wow.
funny.
That's amazing. Well, I feel like women have been so in touch with their own feelings to the point where it's kind of exhausting to just be that self-aware all the time. So you're like, just give me the D. Can we just not do the formalities, please?
But you're right. Until you hear the stories from people, I mean, you don't know. And I didn't know that. None of us knew that until that.
When you think about the human condition, you think about something that dark and you're like, okay, yeah, I guess, you want to express yourself sexually after something like so emotional. So, yeah, it makes sense.
It is pretty wild because to hear the women also addressing, they understood the guy's position, but as you just said, it's like They were in touch. They got it, and it's fun. They wanted the fun aspect of it.
Are you in a relationship right now?
I am.
Married
yes.
or?
No, we're not married. We're dating. He's an Irishman from Dublin.
Wow.
Yeah, we were just talking about, we were kind of joking one day, riffing on like, if we were to get married, what would our wedding be? And we're like, you can make your own rules. You don't have to do any of the stuff.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
It's why, and you spend so much money on a wedding. I'm like, and I'm a comedian, so of course it's going to be a comedy show.
Right.
And so we were like, oh yeah, we could do. He's like, oh, I want to have the groomsmen wear the Dumb and Dumber tuxes, either blue or orange. And then we're like, no kids, but dogs are allowed.
Yeah.
We want to have a dog bar. Like, how fun would that be? Just get tanked with your dog.
Yeah, just get
kidding me.
I want to come to. This is like the only wedding I want to go to.
Right? That's exact. I want to curate the most fun party you've ever been to.
That would be hilarious if because who was it on The View for the longest time? She was getting Star Jones, and she got. If you would have the only wedding where Purina was a sponsor.
Yeah,
that'd be really amazing.
But you're right. Make your own rules. Marissa, our producer, right there on the other side of the glass, just went. She and her now husband eloped to Vegas, and they went to the Punk Rock Hall of Fame. And they did it there. They
did it their way.
They just opened it. Nobody's ever gotten married there. They called the place and said, "Can we do it there?" And they're like, "Absolutely."
Oh,
so they made it up as they went along.
That's what it should. That's what marriage should be.
You're right.
Choosing your partner is like one of the biggest life decisions you'll ever make. First of all, because it's so. I mean, it's obviously not permanent, but it's a big decision. And then how to celebrate that? I'm like, that should just be your brand, for lack of a better word. Like you should barf the personality of you as a couple all over the place.
I like that. That's what we did. We did not want to start our married life together with basically a mortgage from paying off the wedding.
Yeah.
And we did it in the listen, I'm going to a wedding tomorrow that's going to be wonderful because it's more there's going to be like games and stuff like it's different.
Yeah.
But essentially all are at their core the same.
Right.
Yeah, and I think what happens is eventually you have your wedding so you can get paid back the gifts that you paid out.
Yeah, who doesn't love opening presents? I mean,
right, that's part of the deal. So.
Yeah.
I was surprised. So an Irish guy, I would have assumed perhaps you'd go for a flannel-wearing Seattle guy with your...
He's a flannel-wearing Dublin guy.
There you go.
Yeah, he's a singer. He's a singer.
Did he move?
Yeah.
Did he move to the States?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's lived in New York City for like 22 years, I think.
Oh, wow.
He lived in
Okay.
Italy for a while. He's gorgeous voice. Colin Smith. I'll shout him out. At Colin Smith Music.
Where did you guys meet?
We met at the Comedy Cellar, is like the number one club, probably the country, but in New York City certainly. And so on Monday nights they have live music, and so I would go there to do like the comic hang, and I met him there, and I was like, "Ooh, that guy's hot." And then we were in relationships, and then a mutual friend of ours was like, "Hey, can Colin have your number?" I'm like, "Hot Colin? Absolutely, hot Colin can have my number." Yeah, we went on dates, and then I fell in love with him, and he was like, "I still want to hook up with people." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, we could be friends." And I lied about being okay with that. Oh, yeah, look how hot he is.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Damn.
So handsome. So handsome.
He's hotter than Eddie Vedder.
Yes.
You took a second.
I
took a
did,
second.
because Eddie Vedder in the 90s is, he's in a league of his own.
He's kind of
But he's
balding at
very
this
hot.
point.
Wait, hold on. I want to go back to the game that you played. So you pretended like you didn't care.
Yeah. I was like, oh, yeah, we could be friends. And then he's telling me about these girls he's dating. I'm like, I'm so happy for you. But my mentality, I'm a people pleaser, and I have this like thing. I don't have it as much anymore, but like a perfectionist. And I'm like, if I'm perfect, they'll love me. That's the underlying little jetpack underneath that one. And, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to try an experiment. I think we're good together and we're going to end up together. So I'm just going to lay back. You go date whoever you want, boo. And then you realize that I'm better. And then we'll come back. And that's what happened. I'm like, oh, damn.
No, that whole thing is a people pleaser when you are one, because I have been throughout a lot of my life.
Yeah.
My mother was very much so.
Yeah.
And so I got a lot of that from her, and that can lead you down bad paths, and that can. It's an interesting thing dealing with that. When you said that resonated, because
there's this crossroads where you're like, wait, my priorities the whole time have been wrong?
Right, yeah.
I got to re-examine. And then you have a midlife crisis, and you're, shoot.
Wait, well, who the hell is this chick all over his page? It's not you.
I know you're joshing.
No, seriously, that's not you, is it?
That's a musician.
There you go.
I was like,
Kathy,
either
trying to
kidding?
start something?
No, I just want to make sure we're clear here.
Oh, yeah, no. That's another musician that did a duet.
Wait, Krystyna, how long did that experiment last? Because that's
2 years.
That's a dangerous experiment.
I know. I played the long game.
2 years.
I usually play the long game. Yeah, I was like, nah, pretty sure. I'm either nuts or I'm psychic. And I'm psychic.
Did you venture out as well, or?
I wish I could. I want to lie so bad and say yes, but no.
Okay. Wow.
I know. I'm like, God, come on, Krystyna, get out there. But I just
drive
didn't.
for 2 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
The heart wants what the heart wants.
I know.
Okay.
It's wild. It's wild. And if somebody like wrote into my podcast that was in a similar situation that I was asking for advice, I'd be like, run for the hills.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Don't wait around. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. But your instincts were correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who knew?
Well, there you go. I assume you also, anyone in entertainment, I don't know, I always vacillate back and forth between my, conviction on this, that you probably should have someone who understands the entertainment lifestyle, if that's your lifestyle.
Yes.
And then I'll see things that seem to contradict that. But I think for the most part, do you believe that's pretty much the case?
I do. And I think two artists, like I have to date an artist. I can't not. I have to date someone weird. And usually that comes in the form of an artist. But I've never dated a fun person before.
Really?
He's very fun.
Okay.
And two fun people is like that's dangerous because there's no one in the couple that's like, hey, we should go to bed. It's late. There's neither of us are going to say that. If one of us suggests something, we'll yes and each other until we're in outer space.
I hear you. The best thing in the world is I'll give this advice is that my wife and I sit on the couch and we'll watch horrible TV and make fun of it.
It's great.
Or you go out and do the things that are the life things and you have fun.
Yes.
Because you're going to be doing that way more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And one time I suggested this to him as if I just thought of it, but it was an idea of mine for like 5 years. I was like, have you ever gone to a restaurant, eaten dinner, you got the check, you pay for it, you walk out immediately to another restaurant, sit down and eat a second dinner, and he goes, 2 dinners? Let's do it tomorrow. And we did. It was wild. I'm like, wait, we don't have to obey any rules. We could just do 2 dinners in a row.
Why not?
It's crazy.
What were the 2 dinners?
Oh, first one was sushi. We wanted to keep it light. And then the second one was this Mexican restaurant that we had like quesadillas.
Well, okay, so you paced yourself proper. You didn't have 2 full turkey dinners.
Right. Yeah. But I'm like, wow, 2 dinners back to back. Were we in the Matrix?
Well, you need either a tour or a special or a podcast that is called No Rules, because that seems to be your theme.
Yeah. You got rules are made to be broken.
Yeah.
For sure.
Love
yeah.
it.
Wow.
So with the live album and everything, with the material, obviously you spend a lot of time honing it.
Yes.
And then is this the farewell of this material?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is lovely. I loved the material that I'm doing this album is so much fun. I love doing it, which is usually the indicator of like, it's good. And so I'm excited to retire it because then you just get a blank slate and you're like, okay, what do I want to talk about? And with stand-up, there's really are no rules. I mean, you have to be funny. That's really
that's
the only
one
rule.
rule.
But some of them aren't, and that's okay. But yeah, I like figuring out new stuff. Life is insane, and people are wild.
Yeah.
And if I couldn't make fun of it, I don't know what I would do.
Well, it's very exciting that you're here doing it. Yeah.
Yep. So the shows, like I said, Helium Comedy Club tonight, 7:30 and 10. Tomorrow night, 7:30 and 10. Tomorrow night are the recorded.
Yes, both shows will be recorded for that.
HeliumComedy.com to get tickets. Well, welcome home.
Thank you.
Have a great time while you're here.
Thank you so much.
We
This
will
was
see you
fun.
again soon. Absolutely.
Yay.
Let's hear it for Krystyna, guys. Krystyna Hutchinson. When we take a break and come back, we will get to our concert cash keyword, the last one that we have. That's it. All right. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. WMMR.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more backer vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And, and does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like right. This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
That's you got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note. When I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying. And I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life, for their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah. But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always. Yeah, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool in Minneapolis, actually. We road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway, when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And
right.
It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up, as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
And I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy.
Yeah.
There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's exactly
it.
it.
Get the numbers.
Right.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, she's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music, and maybe somebody
take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
And Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with just doing it for a long time and surviving so much.
Yeah.
It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain, because they incorporate pleasure and pain.
Yeah.
And so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go together. So, I mean,
contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast.
So,
on a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? 80s toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
We're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
My Little Ponies.
Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective, so like the Grammys and the awards have dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy. There's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care
I got
Bears.
My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my
The
God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies. And for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me. And I was traumatized as a kid. I
Your
really
mom probably
wanted
thought they
them.
were sinful or something.
That's really funny. I honestly, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but I don't know why. Like, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But like, when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was like at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans.
Yeah.
And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad?
Yeah,
right now?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So good.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that
it's been a
2
while.
years ago?
I don't think it was that
2019.
long ago.
Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D,
Tenacious
and
D.
you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Your
remember
butt
that.
cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. That
Yeah.
we were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
That's awesome.
all of it.
Oh,
I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah.
Like
the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah, it was a festival. Another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
it's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where it, especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. It's like, that's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And
people the chance to win it one more time.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
The last one we're going to give you, it's deal. Pierre's going to have one later on. Brent's going to have a couple. You know, there's more chances to win, but this is our last chance to have you win. The word is deal, D-E-A-L. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, either through the contest page at WMMR.com, via the MMR app, or you can text it the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now, and winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules, WMMR.com. For MMRBQ details, text the word finally to 39333 for a link to the information. Sponsored by Meineke, and the word again is deal, D-E-A-L. Good luck to you. Let's take our final look at traffic. Kath, what's going on?
We've got delays on the Tacony Palmyra Bridge, actually stopped traffic because of a southbound sailboat coming through. So Tacony Palmyra Bridge traffic stop for a drawbridge opening across the Commodore Barry Bridge.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Coors Light. Join the Preston and Steve Show live from Keenan's North Wildwood, Friday, May 26th for the official opening of Jersey Shore. Be there starting at 6 a.m. It is brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill down the shore. Well, you got to ask yourself this question. Why would anybody want to steal this thing? But for some reason, somebody had to have a go-kart with a toilet mounted on top of it.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
It was.
Are you talking about the papal one?
It was parked in front of a local plumbing business until Saturday when it was ripped off. J.D. Stallwork, owner of Stallworks Plumbing and Sewer, says he spent $2,000 building the potty cart to ride in a local parade and use his promotional item in front of his business.
You know what? I don't think I would have left that out. You know, some prick would come along and take it.
Stallworks said that somebody took it over the weekend and he wants it back. He sees I'm going to get that thing. That's going to be mine.
I'll kill them all.
Security footage shows a guy in camouflage coveralls dragging it away Saturday night around 11 p.m. First, he tried to drive it away, but it didn't work, so eventually he just dragged it out of the parking lot. Shattered porcelain was found across the street, and Stallwork thinks that the thief probably broke the toilet while loading the cart into his vehicle.
Son of a bitch.
Police said they've got a few tips from people who think they might know something about the
Tonight at 7 o'clock.
It's hilarious. It looks great. Full sit up on the toilet.
Oh, man.
Well done.
Yeah. All right, so while it's not unusual to add a little something to provide a little zest to a salad, one Newport man allegedly took it too far, as methamphetamine is not your garden variety salad accompaniment. Patrolman Alex Reese responded Saturday to Newport Medical Center where Angela Haney,
would you like a little meth in your salad?
Stated that her boyfriend, Gomer Sanderson, had purchased a salad from a local establishment. But something didn't seem right. I mean, who names their child
Gomer? You hate them.
Haney said the salad tasted really salty, and she stated Sanderson told her that he was sorry he had just put something in the salad, but would not tell her what. And that's when she said she went to the emergency room to get checked out. Newport Medical Center staff said they did do a drug test on Haney, and she tested positive for methamphetamine. Haney agreed to provide a written statement. In her statement, which summarizes in the report, she said that she was hanging out with Gomer and went to get a salad to take to his house.
Where's Goober?
She said, I went to the bathroom, and he was dividing the salad between us two and getting it on the plate. While eating, I noticed it tasted salty and bitter. I had eaten part of the food because I did not think anything about it. Afterwards, he was laying down to take a nap, and he kept apologizing over and over. For about 10 minutes, he said, I did it. I put it in your salad. And I asked him what he put in my salad, and he wouldn't tell me.
Shazam!
He just kept saying, I did it. And I asked if I needed to go to the ER, and he did not say yes or no. He just said, do I need to take you? And I told him that I needed to go to the bathroom. I was scared at that point, and he grabbed what I could and went out the door. I walked to the store, called a friend, picked me up because I was scared, and I went to the ER and tested positive for meth, and I do not do drugs.
You guys know that the name Gomer actually comes from the Bible?
I believe it.
Yeah.
There are a few interesting names, biblical names that we think of as goofy names.
One
now.
of Jesus' best friends was named Goober.
Really?
Yeah. Cletus.
Yeah.
Cletus.
Yeah.
There was Boss Ramses.
All right. According to the report, Gomer told Reese that he had done methamphetamine last night and admitted he put methamphetamine in the salad that they were eating.
Never have anyone named Gomer or Goober prepare your food.
And by the way, Jethro is a biblical name as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Ellie Mae.
I think most of those rural comedies took biblical names
Jebediah
and have turned them into morons.
Yeah.
Jethro, the Peyton saying a possum fat.
Maybe Ebb. He was an idiot on Green Acres. That was probably a biblical name,
and you remember
too.
that Moses led the Israelites out of bondage and took them to Petticoat Junction.
Oh, I did not know that. Yeah. And at the Battle of Jericho, Shemp was the guy that actually blew the horn. A Texas high school student sent 6 of his peers to the hospital this week after deploying an intensely putrid fart spray, fire officials announced.
Liquid ass?
No, I think it's worse than that.
Worse than that?
The student fessed up to the foul prank after fire officials and hazardous response teams spent 3 days investigating reports of a smell of gas at Caney Creek High School, north of Houston. The odor was initially detected on Wednesday, prompting a swift evacuation of all students. First responders scoured the building with gas detection equipment, but were unable to locate any signs of leaks.
We got to get some of that.
Students returned to class following day in spite of lingering odor. That day, 6 students were hospitalized.
Wow.
After suffering severe headaches from the smell, the school forced to shut down the classes for the remainder of the week, despite fire officials confirming the safety of the air quality of the building. The trickster finally confessed Friday to using the fart spray, advertised as a gag toy that creates a smell like real poop and fake vomit. The teenager likely wasn't acting alone, school administrators theorize, so they're trying to find out. I don't know if you've ever been around when like a real stink bomb has been set off.
Yeah.
But it's way worse because we used to use liquid ass. But I remember one time someone set it off in school.
Right.
And they sent everybody home.
Did you get a headache during the durian or surströmming?
No.
Okay.
No, I did not get a headache. But I mean, I remember that stink bomb at school. It was bad, man.
Yeah, we had somebody had gotten I don't even know, like exploded one in an assembly, and like we all had to stay, and they went through everybody's like book bags and purses to find out who
That
did
was
it.
like the thing in our school.
Stink bombs?
But yeah.
Yeah.
And then because they would evacuate school. They wouldn't send us home, but we'd all have to go outside.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome. Stink bombs. Listen to this. A Swiss village has been ordered to evacuate amid warnings that a large mass of rock looming overhead could come tumbling down in the coming days.
Oh, wow.
This is scary stuff.
Leaders in Brienz held a town hall event on Tuesday evening and told residents that they have to leave by 6 p.m. today.
Everyone must leave Brienne!
The head of the early warning service, Stefan Schneider. Yeah, they cause it.
Everyone leave!
They said the measurements indicate a strong acceleration over a large area in recent days, and up to 2 million cubic meters of rock material will collapse or slide in the coming 7 to 24 days.
Whoa.
There's a disaster movie called, and it's based on actual scientific probability. It has happened in the past. It's called, I think, A Wave. And it's, they have these mountains, and this sort of avalanche thing is a scenario that has happened.
Experts warn such events may be a result of climate change. European Alps saw a record year for glacier melt, with Switzerland particularly badly affected, losing 6% of its glacier volume between 2021 and 22. The village houses under 100 residents. Geological survey suggested the situation has become more precarious, so they're demanding that they get everybody out of there. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a sec, and we'll have our lesson question all prepped and ready to go for you. Trash and music news up as well. And don't forget, we do give away our Word of the Week prize this morning. So we'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's going on in music? Because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
It's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album.
Right.
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year.
Right.
I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it.
Yeah.
And then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah. Even now, like if we're going to go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
Like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. Yeah. You're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice, it was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is. And Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, do you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. Her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie and I'm like,
powerful.
turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled beans.
Feel free to get in trouble because of us. Yeah.
Nobody's listening.
We are. We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, I mean, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey, we still
have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "Whoa!" And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're
the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom, just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material, and that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah, I mean, that's a bold shot at a song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally, man. It felt really good to do. Our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own. Because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know. I want to go hear the original then. Like that to me is like that.
You're just reminding people of a version they like better. Yeah, which is it's a problem.
Like
yeah.
bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show, another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys researched deep. You went far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounce it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, a program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen, we're excited about the prospect of maybe a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow. She's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. It's very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times.
Rain expected, high 74, and then partly cloudy on Sunday, 75. So, not too bad. A little bit of rain Saturday. You can get past that. Today's lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Krystyna is going to be playing December 2nd, the Academy of Music Kimmel Center. And the question we'll go back to the 6 o'clock hour, or right around 7 a.m. If it pleases the court, what game is Preston allegedly no longer watching? Those from earlier this morning.
Right.
215-263-WMMR. If it pleases the court, which game am I allegedly no longer watching?
Yeah.
Let's see if you heard it this morning. We mentioned it a few times. And if you know the answer, you will win if you get through. We're going to do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's dive into those stories. Steve, what's going on so far this morning?
Well, Peloton has issued a massive recall on its exercise bikes because the seat posts can break. Peloton says that on the positive side, you can really feel the burn with that seat wedged up your ass. Yes. Katherine Heigl and John Travolta are set to star in a new rom-com called That's Amore. For your information, Amore is Italian for that bitch from Grey's Anatomy.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Adam Levine is going to be making an appearance on Blake Shelton's final episode of The Voice. Levine says he is thrilled to be able to expose America to the superstars they will immediately forget. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we are searching for the answer to this question. If it pleases the court, which game am I allegedly no longer watching? And we will go to Colleen to see if we can get an answer. Hi there, Colleen.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Good morning to see you. Good morning to see you. Thank you.
Morning to see you.
Even though she didn't say good morning yet, I wanted to say it. All right. So, Colleen, what game am I allegedly no longer watching?
Lingo.
Lingo is correct. Yes. Hang on, Colleen. We are going to give you a pair of tickets to see Chris D'Elia. It's not till December 2nd, but it will be at the Academy of Music, Kimmel Center. And you've seen him on Whitney, Comedy Central, Showtime, and Netflix and more. Tickets are on sale now at etix.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Coors Light. Join the President and Steve Show live from Keenan's in North Wildwood Friday, May 26th for the official opening of the Jersey Shore. And you can be there starting at 6 a.m. Brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill down the shore. And a new chat with music radar Metallica frontman James Hetfield explained how the band became more democratic during the sessions for its latest album, 72 Seasons. He spoke about how he and Lars integrated the musical ideas of Kirk Hammett and Robert Trujillo. He said, I don't want to sit there with only Lars and create the songs anymore. I want everyone to be a part of it and be in it. Can we all show up? Can we all be in the studio together? Can we jam on these things together? Can you speak up and say what you think might be great or not so great? Really wanted to open it up. And there were challenges in that, he said, but I think we got through most of them, you know? When pressed as to how Lars took to allowing their bandmates a more equal say in musical matters, Hetfield said, well, I think we all have a fear of change, and I think Lars eventually understood why and where I was trying to go with it. And eventually, if there wasn't input from others, just having that white space for input was great. He went on to say about the band's changing creative direction, he said, it felt really free to kind of just sit back and let the process happen more. And yeah, it did take longer, and we might have gone through 10 ideas that didn't work to get to one that did. But if you're not out there mining for gold, you're not going to find any. So there were nuggets that came up and out of it that were just amazing.
Nuggets.
Yeah, so they worked a little bit more together.
Are you into nuggets?
I'm into nuggets, yo.
Thanks.
The Pretenders will release their next album, titled Relentless, in September. It'll be on the 21st. The band has already dropped the album's first single called Let the Sun Come In, and will kick off its European tour tonight in Brighton, England. 2020 saw the release of their most recent album, the critically acclaimed Hate for Sale. I wanted to mention this. Dog Star has reunited.
Are you serious?
Keanu Reeves band.
I saw them once.
Yep. Guitarist vocalist Brett Domrose, drummer Rob Mailhouse, and a bassist named Keanu Reeves have announced that they will reunite on the stage at the Bottle Rock Napa Valley Festival Saturday, May 27th.
That's pretty wild.
They will perform music from their forthcoming album, and this is the band's first performance in decades.
You know, it was funny when the band first made its appearance. everyone sort of thought that Keanu had shaved his head and his eyebrows for the band. He had shaved it for The Matrix.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I saw them at the Bottle and Cork.
Wow.
In 1998 in Dewey, Delaware. And I have a story, but I don't. It's kind of R-rated. I don't know if I can share it.
Is it?
Well, there was a girl
Let
that I was
Kathy
with at
tell
the
it.
time. All right, Kathy, here, repeat after me. And if I got this girl up near Keanu Reeves, she would give me a blowy.
Okay. Oh, wow.
And so I did.
All right, I'm going to offer this to you, sweetie. I'm a big fan of speed. You get me close to that hot hunk of ham, and I'm going to go where the sun don't shine and give you a cat bath on your pee-pee.
So it was a deal you guys made?
Yeah.
Were you...
We were friends with benefits.
That's it.
And it worked out for everyone.
Oh, everyone won.
It was a terrific week there
Wow.
in Dewey Beach.
Just want to say, whoa, this guy's getting a blowy.
Yeah.
Did it happen later that evening?
It did. Yeah.
Nice.
In the parking lot?
No, back at we rented a house for a week. It was Memorial Day week. It was like one of the best weeks I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks to Dog
Okay,
Star.
now I have more questions.
In no small part.
Did you just get that, or did it lead to other things?
I was more into her than she was into me.
Right.
She was like, all right, fine.
Yeah. Kathy pretty much nailed it. And so that week was the end of our romance, Preston. It did not advance past that.
Okay. No, but what
did we have sex?
No, yeah.
Oh, no, we didn't have sex.
And it was just the two of you there in a house for a week?
Oh, no. It was a
Keanu
whole,
was
there were
there.
other people. Whole bunch of college friends.
I just met you guys.
Yeah, it was a whole bunch of college friends. We rented a house in Dewey for the week. We made the best drink I've ever had in my life called a Dewey Dave. I'll make it for you guys sometime. Anyway,
That's you out in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually a good connection to probably what is a mediocre band at best, right?
It was fun.
Were they good?
Yeah. He did not.
Or could you hear?
He did not really acknowledge the audience at all. He kind of stood up on stage and turned around and had his back to the audience most of the time. So my end of the bargain to get this nice young lady up close to him really wasn't that difficult.
Yeah.
And he barely acknowledged her.
Yeah, and he seems like, he just wants to be in a band. He didn't want to be Keanu Reeves in a band.
Right. That's correct.
So.
Yeah, it wasn't Keanu Reeves and the Dog Star 5 or anything. It was just Dog Star.
Okay. And then the last bit of music information is within the Preston and C family. Kyle Mack's band, FM band, playing tonight at Cooper's Riverview in Trenton. So I wanted to give them a little plug-a-rooney. So if you
band.
If you haven't seen Kyle perform live yet, you need to go check him out. Okay, so I just want to give you a heads up on that. That's him.
No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro.
And with all its no sad broness, we will take a break and come back and wrap it up and give away our Word of the Week prize. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. WMMR presents.
The actual release itself, Zach, the actual movie that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, that's it. And then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where there's a lot of, a lot of people suffering, through some hard times. On top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which has touched your life and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass.
All right, great.
And suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably, it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy as a stream, when you're streaming it, and then, this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put it up in IMAX for you guys because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side by side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover. And I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers. Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about
I
DC.
do.
Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up.
10:40 a.m. We are wrapping up our program for the day, for the week.
Yes.
And I will tell you right now, I've had a lot of fun this week.
It's been a lot of fun.
We had a lot of great guests and a lot of good chit-chat and a lot of great things to give away. So I've enjoyed thoroughly what we have done here together. Very, very nice. And I'd like to thank our guest from today, Jim Jackson. JJ checked in with us because there were some updates in the front office, and Keith Jones, is now the president, and Danny Briere is now the GM of the team. They've made it official. So we chatted with JJ a little bit about that. So that was nice to check in with him. And then Krystyna Hutchinson. She was great. And she will be at Helium Comedy Club tonight, tomorrow, 2 shows each night. In fact, tomorrow night, she is recording her album.
Yeah.
So it's material that's been sharpened through the tour, and she's ready to put it down permanently.
It's so cool.
You can be there for a part of it. And she's from Doylestown, which is great. So she's back home. Pierre Robert has made it in. How do you do?
And good day you.
Yes, it is. And good morning. I can't remember it.
I got you, bro.
What is it? Good morning to see you. Good morning to see you. Good morning to see you. Yes. Good morning to see you. Yeah.
It is so beautiful out. I can see all the way into the city. I can read the Constitution from my window.
That's amazing. It's incredible.
The wildest thing.
That's great, Sergeant Riley.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
I love that shirt.
This is a Hooters shirt.
I love it.
From the last tour, and it says "I'm Alive," which is one of their songs. Of course, we got a big Hooters weekend.
Yeah.
Big Hooters.
Big.
Yes.
Wait, let me tell you a quick story.
Walked into that one.
I really did.
I think I can say
Flew
this.
into it.
Yesterday, I was leaving the hair salon and I was making another appointment, and I get my hair colored and I get it blown out. And the receptionist was telling me, "We can color your hair, but I don't have anyone to blow you." And the place started, and she just looked at the computer and she's like, "I'm not turning around. I didn't mean it like that. I'm not saying anything."
That's wonderful.
That is brilliant.
I love it. All right, Pierre, give us that letter, man.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
You were saying? All right, the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
R as in ribs.
Ribs.
Your favorite.
Absolutely.
Why the hell did I say that?
The Rib King.
It's Rib Weekend at the Romero House.
Third caller. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the word of the week. Third caller, 215-263 WMMR. It's Rib Weekend at the Robert.
Yeah. I eat them raw.
Yeah.
A lot of pork.
Lots of blood.
Blood sausage.
Yeah.
I'm a Brit.
Okay. I'm a Brit.
Well,
Can't you
don't they
tell?
have blood pudding or something?
They do eat blood pudding.
Yes.
Ghastly, hideous thing over there that they eat of some poor dead animal. Anyway,
On the show today.
on the what's going on, Gomer?
Gomer. Another one.
I loved the Gomer story. He laced his girlfriend with meth
On her salad.
on her salad.
Yeah.
Dear God in heaven.
And his name was Gomer.
Doesn't
And
seem
his
very
name-
Gomerish.
I know. Where was Andy when you needed him? All right. On the program today, we'll have Concert Cash, last day for it, noon, 3 p.m. with me and Brent, and then 5 p.m. with Brent alone. That'll be the last time. Another pair of Bruce Springsteen tickets today for the first of the two shows on the 16th of August, and cool workforce blocks of The Killers and Eric Clapton and the Hooters.
Oh, excellent. All right. Well, we're going to go to the phone lines and see if we can get a winner for this. It's Jim who's on the line. Hey, Jim.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Wonderful. Jim, do you know the word of the week, please?
It's hoot, arm, hoot with an R on the end.
Yeah.
All you zombies!
Hooter. Yeah. Hooter. Exactly. It's a shortened version of Hooter.
Hooter.
And Jim, you got that
Hooter.
right. And that means we are going to get you the full 4-pack of VIP tickets to the 2023 Ardmore Outdoor Spring Beer Festival. It's this Saturday at
Tomorrow.
the Shuffle Plaza. And VIP tickets do include an hour pre-fest indoors at Ardmore Music Hall, hosted by
Me.
Robert.
Cookie.
And there'll be ticket giveaways for the Hooters sold-out shows this weekend. So you're all good to go, my man. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Nice. He
Hang
gets
on
to
a
go see the Hootars.
The Hoot R.
Well, I was trying to come up with Hoot and R and Hooter.
You did.
He didn't quite get the connection, but Hooter he got it.
He got it.
I will be at the Beer Fest tomorrow. It's the parking lot across from the Ardmore Music Hall, but they're calling it the Shuffle Plaza or whatever.
Shuffle, I think.
Shuffle.
Shuffle, that's it, yeah.
It's a parking lot,
Yeah.
essentially. But they're trying to glamorize it and call it the Shuffle Plaza.
I love it.
No, it's lovely.
Yeah.
It's got some of the most beautiful parking spots I've ever seen. It's right next to the pizza joint and the antique store. But it's actually a fun little place across from Ardmore, and that's where we'll have the Beer Fest. I think you can text Beer Fest to 39333, and we'll
Yes.
send you info on it.
That's
Nice.
correct. What time are you there? Do you know?
Noon to 2 tomorrow.
Okay, excellent.
First hour inside, second hour outside.
Wonderful. All right, let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show has been brought to you today by Sequoia Outback. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Sequoia Outback, Route 309 in Hatfield, or at decksupplies.com. Also brought to you by Duncan. President Steve Show runs on Duncan. And Trinity Rehab. Locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. So next week on this program, Bert Kreischer will join us. Keith Jones, we just talked about him. He's the president of your Flyers now. Michael Carbonaro will be on the program. We also will have Rob Hyman and David Wasikinen of the Hooters.
Cool.
And comedian Joe Dombrowski, just to name a few of the guests we will have next week. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.